Is there stairs? Oh, sorry. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Please take a seat. Allowing some people to come into the room. Nobody can see me. All right, well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to LibertyCon 2022. My name is Bill Wirtz.
And I'm Mariam Gogolishvili.
We will be your hosts today. Mariam will be leading you through the sessions this morning. I will be there in the afternoon. We are the biggest pro-liberty event in Europe, and we are so happy to see you here today. So happy that so many people came out to show their defense of liberty, to learn more about the ideas of liberty. Students for Liberty aims to educate, develop, and empower the next generation of leaders of liberty. And also, this is the 10th edition of LibertyCon, so give it up for 10 years of LibertyCon.
Well, again, I'm Mariam, and I'm truly honored to be your host today. It's been a rough few years. There was COVID, there were lockdowns, there were political crises, and there is war not very far away from here. And I just want to welcome everyone who made it here to LibertyCon today. Thank you for being here. Today's sessions will be about the role of the government, free society, lockdowns and mandates, as well as Russia and Eastern Europe, Bitcoin technologies, and some challenges that Europe is facing right now. The conversations that we will all engage today will be very important, and I'm pretty sure you will all enjoy those. But do not forget to visit the Liberty Fair outside, the biggest one that European Students for Liberty has ever organized. There you will have an opportunity to hear from over than 30 pro-liberty organizations about their future events, the projects, and opportunities for you. Tomorrow, the conference will transform into the festival at Radlička Kulturni Sportovna, where guests will have an opportunity to enjoy live music, movie screenings, and some of the most thought-provoking discussions from activists all around the world. Schedule for both days is in your swag bag. Make sure to check the program. And finally, this event would not be possible if not hundreds of our volunteers who made this happen from all around Europe. Let's just give them a round of applause for the work they put here. As well as our partners and sponsors. We would like to especially thank Prometheus Foundation and Ferdinand Foundation for being our diamond partners today. Well, now I would like to give a stage to the man who is leading this incredible organization that is Students for Liberty, Wolfgang Laer. He received his PhD in political economy at King's College London in 2017. Wolf has published several book chapters and also a book about central banking. Wolf has appeared in the Wall Street Journal, Foreign Policy, Forbes, Huffington Post, Bitcoin Magazine, CoinDesk, and others. And he is a member of Montpellier Society. Please join me welcome the CEO of SFL.
It's early on a Saturday and it's good to see so many of you. Welcome to LibertyCon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to express my deepest gratitude to all of you for being here today. I know it was not easy. Travel is a headache these days, but you have made it. And I want to thank also the staff of European Students for Liberty who have worked tirelessly over the last year to make this event a success. And Students for Liberty exists not only here in Europe, even though this is our 10th event, we are here for a long time. We are already around for over 13 years, here in Europe, in Africa, in Latin America, in Oceania. 114 countries where we have volunteers that fight for the ideas of liberty. And I want to give the volunteers a specific shout out. Who is a volunteer here of Students for Liberty, a local coordinator? Please rise up. Rise up, come, get up. There you go. Give them a hand. We have 2,000 of those worldwide, and they're fighting for liberty every single day. Here in the Czech Republic, we're living in a relatively free society, and in Europe, generally speaking, with some exceptions. But if you look, for instance, in countries like the Democratic Republic of Congo or Venezuela or other places, liberty is desperately needed, and we have the same people wearing the same pin fighting for these ideas, and that's very inspiring. And they're doing this so much so that last year, just until today, they have organized over 1,700 events with over 205,000 people. And you are part of that, and I'm so grateful that you are here. But let me ask you a question. Why are you here? I was asking myself that question, and a few obvious answers came to mind. Yes, I wanted to listen to great speakers. I wanted to learn more about the ideas of liberty. Right? I wanted to see, think about Ayn Rand and her impact on philosophy. I wanted to learn more about Bitcoin and what it does for the future of humankind. I wanted to be more acquainted with the situation in Ukraine and what's going on over there. And also see what the future of liberty holds. All of these things we will discuss. But I also wanted to be with a community of like-minded people. When you go back to your respective countries, if you go to school, to your universities, there are not many people who are classical liberals, so I wanted to find community and make new friends. And obviously, Prague is a beautiful city. I wanted to be here and take advantage of the affordable and tasty beer they have here. So now, some of these reasons might be the same reasons that you had in mind, but I was digging a little bit deeper. What brought me here? And that's a very personal story, because I grew up in a small town, 1,000 people, in Germany, close to the Netherlands border, in the middle of nowhere. And there I was very basically shaped by my environment, by the politics, by the media, by my parents. And while that was fine, I definitely didn't have much ambitions in life, or I didn't really know what I wanted to do with my life, until I found something that was very disorienting to me, the ideas of liberty, because they made me to ask the question, why? Why do you believe in things that you do? Why does society need to be run in a certain way? And that started with the Great Recession of 2008. If you remember, during that time, the media and the politicians said it's the greed of the bankers. It's capitalism's fault that we are in this crisis. And I didn't really buy that. So I started to educate myself on Google. And then I learned more about the Austrian business cycle theory and thinkers like Mises, Hayek, and Rothbard. They explained to me how business cycles come about due to manipulation of interest rates and central banks. And so I asked the question why is this happening? Then I asked the question, how can I actually know things? How do I know this is to be true? So I started epistemology and philosophy. How can I be a good person? What is morality? And then the next question is how can I become a better human being as well, which was a question of psychology. So liberty fundamentally gave me a new mindset, a new worldview to question myself and choose deliberately who I want to be. And I'm sure this is the same for you as well. This doesn't mean that I give up everything that made me up, that I'm not giving up that I'm a German guy, that I have a strange accent and a funny name. All of that is still part of my identity. But there's more to it. And that is so unique about liberty. It gives us the chance to dig deeper. Think about a world where we don't have this ideology. In my opinion, it would be very bleak, dire, and actually hopeless. It would mean that without liberty, we have to believe that change is only possible through government. We have to believe that it's us versus them. If our party is not in charge, life will be miserable, right? If people don't vote the right way, our country will go down. But that always means that just without liberty, we have to believe that government puts our destiny instead of us. Liberty allows us to transcend that. It allows us to transcend our circumstances and our environment. And that's the reason why we're here. The theme of this conference is Together in Liberty. And that means we are asking the hard questions. We are not satisfied with just the status quo. We are not satisfied with people telling us how we should lead our lives and live it. We choose who we want to become, and we are creating an own pathway so that we can become the best versions for ourselves to serve our family, our community, our countries, and then ultimately the world. Because liberty comes in two sides. Liberty and responsibilities are two sides of the same coin. Because if you start questions like why, you have to find answers. And that means that you are in charge of your own destiny. And that you're only not looking for government for answers, but you're making your own. Choosing a profession, you're making a difference in the world. Maybe you're a volunteer in some capacity. And that takes the responsibility on us and doesn't look only at the government for solutions. So my challenge for me to you for this conference is to continue to ask the hard questions of one another so that we can improve our ideas, but also so that we can become the best versions of ourselves. Let's be true individuals. Let's move beyond tribalism, us versus them mentality, and limiting beliefs. So let's free ourselves from that so that we can build a freer future together. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you all for such inspirational words. When we talk about liberty and the challenges that liberty is facing in Europe, we should not forget Belarus. And I would like to introduce you to our next speaker, Sviatlana Tsikhanouskaya. Sviatlana is the leader of Belarusian democratic movement and politician. She ran in 2020 presidential elections in Belarus, and she was the main opposition leader because her husband, Sergei Tsikhanouskaya, was arrested in Hrodno by Belarusian authorities. Unfortunately, Sviatlana Tsikhanouskaya could not join us today here, but she recorded a special address for LibertyCon attendees. And Sviatlana's keynote address will be followed by a video prepared by Politsek.me about the imprisoned students in Belarus.
Dear friends of liberty, dear friends of Belarus, you are my inspiration. Belarusian students and young people like you approach me every time I meet with diaspora of almost any city. They bright eyes ask me, don't we deserve to live in a free country? What can we do to get a chance at a future in free Belarus? And that's how I know I can't stop. That's how we know we can't stop fighting for our liberty. We cannot let them down. We cannot stop while our dear Alana Gebremariam, my representative on youth affairs and former Molodevy blog activist, is still in jail. We cannot stop because future chemist and Belarusian State University student Artem Boyarsky is still serving his 5-year sentence, just for speaking his mind. The guards know how important science is to him. That's why they don't let any scientific journals in, just to make it more painful for him. We cannot stop until Kася, Yegor, Ilya, Ksenia, Tatsiana, Yana, Victoria, Anastasia, Maria, Gleb, Olga, Alana, and thousands of Belarusian political prisoners walk free again. And indeed, for the last 20 months, Belarusians have been peacefully defending our democratic choice. At ballot stations and in prisons, at loud demonstrations and quiet prayers for peace, at striking factories and women's marches, we claimed our right to liberty. It's precisely young people like you who have led our struggle, because you are powerful, you are peaceful but strong. Young Belarusians stood up for their beliefs without fear, but with humor, music and art. I remember how hard we all laughed when Molodivy Bloc activists performed a coffin dance at the state parade in the middle of the pandemic. They mocked the dictatorship. The regime was furious, but they didn't know what to do. Young people know that humor can win over any fear. Belarusian DJ Papa Bo turned protests into carnivals just with his mixer and a loudspeaker. Young people know that music is more powerful than any police siren. Young Belarusian women marched through our streets dressed in white and holding a red rose each. The placards that protesters carried exposed the regime's absurdity better than any publication. Young people know that the light of freedom shines through beauty and art. The regime denied us this light, just as it started breaking through totalitarian clouds. Right now, Lukashenko is dragging our country into Putin's war. From our territory, Russians launched aircraft and missiles to shell peaceful Ukrainian cities. However, our country didn't become a place where the Russian army feels safe. Led by young people, Belarusians wage a phenomenal underground resistance against the war. Since February, Belarusian partisans have conducted more than 80 acts of sabotage on the railways. Our cyber partisans have been hacking state institutions daily. Alexei Lazarev and other young Belarusian activists have joined the ranks of the Kalinovsky battalion defending Ukraine. A powerful samizdat network has distributed more than 300,000 leaflets to combat propaganda. A Chatham House poll showed that only 3% of Belarusians support military participation in the war. We made our stance clear. We are against the war and the dictator supporting it. And yet at every meeting I have to explain to all the politicians that Belarus is not Russia and Belarus is not Lukashenko. You are way ahead of them because I'm sure you get it. Your actions show it. And I'm grateful to Students for Liberty for your Free Belarus campaign, your videos about us and support for imprisoned activists. I appreciate that you devote a section of your conference to the Politsec initiative and highlight our fight. So what can we do to bring about Free Belarus? You can make an impact. For example, our dear Alana and other student activists are hopefully to be released this autumn. It would be wonderful if we together could organize a rehabilitation program for them. Or maybe you could ask your university administrations to accept them and ensure that they can get education they deserve. Your advocacy matters. We must learn that dictators cannot be re-educated. Do we need more proof than the brutal crackdown after the stolen election, flight hijack, the migrant crisis, and now the war? Every time the democratic community let Lukashenko go unchecked, he raised the stakes. Just think about it. Had we stopped Lukashenko in 2020, none of that would have been possible. Thus, we need strong sanctions with no loopholes to end the dictator's impunity. Half measures will only harm. The new Belarus also needs support. Civil society organizations like ZBS, the Union of Belarusian Students, Human rights defenders, independent journalists, and underground activists need your help. They are the light of freedom breaking through totalitarian clouds. As you know, an attack on somebody's liberty is an attack on your liberty. Your voice is loud and strong. I urge you to use it to speak on behalf of those who are now silenced in Belarus. Rest assured, Belarusians will do the same for you. Dream big, dream free.
Last year, massive peaceful protests broke out in Belarus after the rigged presidential elections.
People of all ages, professions and interests were continuously expressing their protest against police violence and blatant violation of their rights. Thousands of them were persecuted and detained.
On November 12, 2020, KGB officers came into the apartments and dormitory rooms of 11 student activists and one teacher to arrest them for, as they call it, organizing mass riots.
After more than 8 months in the pre-trial detention center, on July 16th, 12 convicts under student case were sentenced to 2.5 more years in prison.
2.5 years in prison just for exercising their basic human rights.
Say their names.
Alana Gebremariam, Anastasia Kulibenka, Lev Fitzner, Ilya Trachtenberg, Maria Kalyenik, Kasia Buchko, Ksenia Siramalot, Tatsiana Yakelchik, Viktoria Khankuskaya, Volya Vilachankava, Yahor Kanetsky, Yana Arabeyka.
Students are the most active members of society, and the fight for democracy and human rights in Belarus of 2020 proved it.
Students are the face of vibrant youth.
We are the voice of the future that we are building today. And today, we,
the German National Student Union FZS,
Slovenian Student Union,
ÖH Austria, Österreichische Hochschülerinnenschaft,
the Norwegian Union of Students,
Federation of Estonian Student Unions,
the European Students' Union,
LaFage,
the Federation of French-speaking students in Belgium,
stand in solidarity
with Belarusian students in prison,
in exile,
and wherever they may be.
We demand the immediate cessation of all attacks on academic community.
We demand immediate release of our fellows
and all political prisoners in Belarus.
I just want to mention one more time that Students for Liberty stands with Belarusian people in their aspiration for the freer future and will do everything to support their struggle for liberty. Well, now let's get excited. Our first keynote session about Bitcoin revolution with Josef Tětek, Stephan Livera, moderated by Harvey. Stephan Livera is a Bitcoin podcaster and managing director of Swan Bitcoin International. He is a partner with Bitcoiner Ventures and recognized industry figure. His contributions have appeared in Mises Wire, Yahoo Finance Australia, Sailor Academy, Ticker News, Bitcoin Magazine, and others. While Josef Tětek is a long-time Bitcoiner with a background in Austrian economics and political philosophy, he is ambassador at Trezor and Satoshi Labs. Josef founded the Czech and Slovak Ludwig von Mises Institute in 2010, and he is the author of 2 books. One, Bitcoin Separation of Money and State, and the second, Enemies of State, Friends of Liberty, which is published in Czech. Josef believes that Bitcoin is the next step in mankind's monetary evolution. Well, Zach Harvey co-founded Lamasu with his brother Josh, which pioneered the manufacturing of Bitcoin ATMs in 2013. Zach has been attending and participating in SFL conferences for over a decade now, and always with the aim of promoting Bitcoin and crypto anarchy as the most important form of freedom activism. Please join me welcome our keynote panelists today.
All right, check, check.
We on? All right.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's a pleasure to be here today and talk about Bitcoin and with such a large audience. And I'll just start this intro by saying that my brother and I got to New Hampshire as part of the Free State Project in 2012, and that was just when we had baby Bitcoin, and it was actually harder than we thought to get libertarians excited about Bitcoin. And so we started hitting the road. We went to the first Students for Liberty regional conference we went to, which was Boston, which was just an hour away. And people were just looking at us like we came from outer space, like, what's this Bitcoin thing? And we printed up flyers and we drove 4 hours to New York City, and we were still just kind of like standing at a table and people were looking at us like we were weirdos. And then we drove another 8 hours, the next one, to a conference in Philadelphia, and then the last one was this International Students for Liberty conference. And each place we had like a little table, just trying to teach people a little bit about Bitcoin. But in the early days, they kind of just glared past it and weren't that interested. And it was more about, like, we talked to them about Bitcoin. It's like, nah, forget that. It's non-tangible. It doesn't have any inherent value. Gold, that's what you guys should be looking at. And so that's how I'd like to start my first question. And we can start with you, Stephan, of when you first heard of Bitcoin as a libertarian. Well, first of all, were you a libertarian before Bitcoin? And what was your first skepticism about Bitcoin? Did it make sense to you right off the bat, or you were like, I don't know, this is kind of strange, it's all digital and bits versus something way more tangible like gold?
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, yes, I was a libertarian. I was basically a lifelong libertarian since I was about 14 or 15 years old. So even before Bitcoin, I was a libertarian. I was already skeptical of fiat money, central banking, etc., right? And so I was already a little bit into gold. And so the first time, like most people, when you first hear about Bitcoin, you think it's a scam, or you think it's, you know, it's like World of Warcraft gold or Fortnite bucks or some, you know, some useless thing like that. No. So for me, it was actually an Eric Voorhees article. So that was my orange pill moment. And that for me was in December 2012. So that was when I sort of woke up and thought, wow, wait a minute. This is actually going to challenge central banking. The greatest, you know, one of the greatest villains of liberty for all of us is central banking and what it enables, crucially, right? Because the way I see it, central banking and fiat money enable this vast expansion in the size of the state. And as libertarians, we obviously want to minimize that, right? Now, you know, we can talk about, you know, anarcho-capitalism, and of course I'm pro that, but I think we should take whatever improvement we can get, and if we can make the state smaller by monetizing Bitcoin, then this is going to be a great thing. And so that for me pushed my journey of going further down, understanding more about the economics of it and the technology. So I think to also answer your point as well, I think a lot of libertarians, some of them are maybe more dilettante in the sense that they kind of have a little bit of an interest across all these different topics, but to understand Bitcoin, you have to do enough of a deep dive. I think that's part of it. I think for some, it might be just some of them maybe a little more closed-minded. I think that you have to be a certain level of open-mindedness to sort of see the vision of Bitcoin. So I think those are some of the reasons why at the start or in those days, it was hard to sort of get a bunch of libertarians in, even though obviously libertarians tend to like Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm. And how about you, Josef? Was Peter Schiff right?
Peter Schiff is actually right in most of his ideas, but he just doesn't get Bitcoin, and he's got sort of stuck in this gold bug mentality. And I sort of understand, because I used to be a gold and silver bug as well before I properly understood Bitcoin, and I always loved like Rothbard's work, where he in his textbooks even doesn't use an examples with dollars, but with ounces of gold. Like Bob makes 1 ounce of gold per week, and this is like some sort of economic example. So I always loved that, and like during my university studies, 2009, 2011, we had a good luck of having proper teachers like Professor Shima, who's here at the conference as well. And so we got to read up on Austrian economics textbooks like Rothbard's, Mises, Hayek's and such. So I always knew there was something really wrong with the fiat currency and the central banking, but I thought the answer is gold. And when Bitcoin came around, and it was discussed quite a lot in libertarian circles, especially on the Mises Institute forum, the American one and then the Czech one as well, there was a lot of talk about Bitcoin not being in line with Mises's regression theorem. And we are kind of skeptical of this top-down digital money kind of thing. At least this is what we believed it is. Some weird guy, Satoshi, like bringing us this. And there were other projects before Bitcoin, like Liberty Reserve and e-gold, and they all failed because they were centralized. So we sort of thought this is the same. And only later, when people started to discuss Bitcoin on podcasts and writing articles and books, and Bitcoin magazine came around, we actually started to understand Bitcoin is very Hayekian, with developers and node runners and miners doing their own thing to improve the Bitcoin ecosystem. So it took me a little longer, perhaps, than Stephan and other Bitcoiners, but in the end I came around, and I basically shifted from being like a general cause libertarian into just being like a Bitcoiner libertarian, because I believe Bitcoin is the highest, the best chance of getting liberty in our lifetime.
Okay, great, terrific, thanks. So yeah, so I think libertarians today, they still face a lot of challenges of all the different issues that we face. For example, we're in times of rampant inflation, which, I mean, of course, libertarians have been expecting for a while, but this is one of the first times that I've actually seen like it actually happening, the experience. So we know that that's happening. But then you have issues such as government surveillance, whether it's financial surveillance or social surveillance, as well as we have censorship, which is very strong. You have financial censorship, you have censorship online, and you even have political unrest and as we see, unfortunately, wars as well. So to what extent, and Stephan, you can answer this first, do you think that Bitcoin fixes any of this or all of this?
So it's clear the way the world is going, right? The world right now, the powers that be, they want to kick the can as much as possible, right? Because and it's a human thing. You don't want the thing to crash on your watch because it looks bad on you. You'd rather kick that can. And what are the likely ways they're going to kick the can? Well, financial repression. They're going to try to keep you contained inside their system, which they will let the inflation run, and they'll keep interest rates low, or real interest rates will be obviously very negative. And so people will be sitting there getting their negative rates in Europe, or 0.5 in the US or something, but actually the real rate is much lower, right? Because you're just losing against 8.5% CPI, but in reality it's 20 or 30%. You're just losing all this money. And so they are going to push us into CBDCs, which might also be called surveillance coins, and control coins. They'll say, hey, you've eaten enough meat for this month, time to change to eat this other thing. Or no, we don't like that you're flying on the plane. You're just going to have to not fly. These kinds of methods of control are coming. And so I think as libertarians, it behooves all of us to really start building out an alternative, a viable alternative. And that means Bitcoin and the associated technologies that can be used in a more permissionless way. So right now, if you spin up a Bitcoin wallet on your phone, you don't have to provide your identity information. You don't have to ask permission. But if you go sign up at a bank account, they're going to ask you this document, that document, this question, that question, and there's all these questions, and you might not be able to get the bank account set up. So I think it is imperative that we try to build out the free alternatives, the open alternatives, because the controlled alternatives are coming.
Yeah, I just want to add to that and say that one point I really noticed that is in a place that you'd expect at least, or not necessarily least, but not the same as, say, Russia or China, was in Canada these past few months with the trucker convoy. And people that were actually having bank accounts frozen for giving money and donating money, and Bitcoin was actually used to bypass that in a very real way in 2022. So Josef, over to you.
Yeah.
What do you think about this?
So I may be a little bit on the skeptical side regarding what Bitcoin can fix right now for most of people, because when we have inflation of like 12-15% in some European countries, Bitcoin can protect your savings but not your earnings. The problem is if you have 12% inflation, your purchasing power goes down, and if you don't have the capacity to save, Bitcoin doesn't really help you that much. So you need to start saving in Bitcoin in order to reap the benefits in terms of like stored of value properties. But other than that, Bitcoin can act as a good medium of exchange when the conventional financial system fails. And as we've seen, it doesn't have to be like African or South American countries. It can be Canada, it can be Russia. It's even Belarus. Part of my family is actually from Belarus. And I finally got the questions of, so how do I actually use Bitcoin? Because for Belarusians, the cross-border payment mechanisms are stopping to work. They don't work anymore that well because they suffer the fallout of the Russian sanctions. So finally, like, people are waking up to the fact that we have a global monetary but payment system as well. And yeah, as Stephan said, you don't need any permissions to use this system. So even if you perhaps don't believe in the long-term value proposition of Bitcoin, of its like monetary policy, 21 million coins, you can still use it as a payment rail. And yeah, you just need basically like a phone wallet in your mobile phone. So that's amazing, and this has never been possible before.
Yeah, right. And I'd just like to add to that, I recently spoke to an operator of one of our Bitcoin ATMs, and he was mentioning that ever since the beginning of the war, he's seen a huge influx of both Ukrainians and Russians coming in to use the machines to send money home because they're both suffering from different problems, but inability to get money when they need it is the important thing. So I think that's also like an important part. Like, Bitcoin is definitely neutral. Like, it doesn't care who you are. It cares about if you need to use money or not.
Yeah, and I may add up onto that. Bitcoin also allows you to preserve your wealth when you have to get away from some country. We've seen that with like COVID totalitarianism in countries like even Australia, right? I believe you have some experience with that. Because when you need to run from a country before it closes down its borders, you don't have time to sell your house and get rid of like these properties. You just need something to basically take with you and go. And I know some Ukrainians who have been like Bitcoiners before. There's even like a Bitcoin developer who recently left Ukraine, and he was able to preserve most of his wealth because he had Bitcoin before. But you need to basically have some Bitcoin before the stuff hits the fan, because
right. You
yeah.
never know when that's going to happen.
Yeah, you never
That's
know.
true. Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about what you guys think about other cryptocurrencies as well. So I know you're big Bitcoin fans, and with the Bitcoin adoption, you also get a lot of excitement about these other blockchain-related technologies. You have smart contracts, you have DeFi, which is decentralized finance, you have NFTs, and you've had celebrities buying, like I think Justin Bieber bought a $2 million NFT or something, and you have a lot of these pop stars and celebrities doing the same. Is that something in your mind that is bad for Bitcoin or for Liberty? Is it just completely irrelevant, it doesn't matter, or do you think it's actually detrimental? Let's start with you, Stephan.
Sure. So I think, depending on which thing we're talking about, I think NFTs are kind of mostly orthogonal, right? I think there's not really that much relation with Bitcoin. It's kind of just it's its own thing, right? I'm not into that. It's just it's another thing. Whereas with a lot of the altcoins, I think what's happened is the industry per se has become this kind of crypto casino industry, right? And so I understand that there's a lot of people who just want to gamble, right? And some of that is a fiat consequence. It's a downstream consequence of the problem with our money that we have today. And so there's a lot of people who are looking to get rich quick. Now, that's not the mindset I promote. I promote this idea of, hey, savings long-term, or use it under adversarial conditions when you need to. But I think I understand that, okay, sometimes people come in through the crypto door, and then we have to try to teach them, actually, Bitcoin is what matters. Bitcoin is actually what's genuinely decentralized, robust, scalable, and has all of the right qualities that will retain a decentralized system and an open permissionless system, as opposed to what I see when I look at some of the altcoins, which sort of have hidden in risks that a lot of people who aren't intimately familiar with these don't understand the risks that they're taking, or that there are various centralizations and trade-offs that have been made around some of, basically all the altcoins. So that's kind of in a nutshell how I'm viewing it. So I guess let me just summarize. It's just that, altcoins are going to exist. I can't do anything about that, but I can do what I can to educate about Bitcoin and why I think Bitcoin is unique and valuable.
And Josef, a slightly different question for you. Do you think it's helpful to have people get in the door kind of crypto anyway, and so that they eventually find Bitcoin or get involved with it? Do you think that's something that's helpful, that there are all these things that might be exciting on different levels, and Bitcoin's been around for a while, and to some maybe younger people, maybe it's not as exciting or fun to play with as some of these new things?
Yeah, in some way it can be probably helpful, and I have gone down the altcoin rabbit hole before. It was quite an expensive lesson, and then I ended up a Bitcoiner. So that's the problem with altcoins and with this whole basically a casino mentality, that you chase some cheap altcoin where you believe it will go as high as Bitcoin, and usually you end up losing a lot of money. It's good to distinguish between Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. I don't really like to call Bitcoin a cryptocurrency. I believe if it's crypto something, it's crypto money. And there's a nice sort of meme saying Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies is the same crypto as astronomy and astrology is the same astro. So that's basically the difference between Bitcoin and all the other coins. And sort of a problem with having 15,000 coins is it gives a good ammunition to critics of the industry of Bitcoin and what we are trying to achieve here. Because if somebody says crypto, that's just scammy, kind of weird, speculative thing, I mostly agree. I mostly agree with that. And Peter Schiff uses this tactic as well. He always says Bitcoin is just one of 15,000, so why is it different? So we need to explain why it actually is different, through having no leader, having no pre-mine, having no foundation, having been battle tested with block size war and stuff. But you have to dive a little bit deeper into that to understand it.
One other thing I might just add there as well is that there are these broad network effects, right? You might be able to say, oh, look, see, maybe in some weird way this one coin does one little thing slightly better, but it's way worse on every other metric, right? Maybe it's not as liquid as Bitcoin. There's not the same network of ATMs for the altcoins as there are for Bitcoin. There's not the same merchant acceptance, right? There's not the same number of users who are plugged in to Bitcoin. So as an example, if you want to be able to use the Lightning Network, we are seeing big exchanges and big services plug in and turn on Lightning. Cash App has something like 30 million users who are turning on Lightning. Kraken, probably millions of users. Who else? Robinhood have said they're turning on Lightning. So that's another, 20 million users. Chivo, probably 4 million users out of the, let's say, 6.5 million Salvadoran population. And then you've got Paxful, which is a global exchange as well. They're turning on Lightning. They've got probably 6 million users. Once you add all that up, that's 40, 50 million people today who can use the Lightning Network today for extremely cheap, fast payments. That, the network effects there are something that it's worthwhile thinking about. That, or if you look at Strike, right? Strike trying to do that partnership with NCR and allow all these merchants to be able to directly take Bitcoin straight up. So I think the value of that is just hard to spell out for people, is that you're joining this growing network, and it's like someone's trying to start their own internet. It's like, no, we've already got the internet. Build on the internet, the open internet, instead of building your own thing.
Yeah. So taking that more into the Chivo direction, El Salvador recently made Bitcoin legal tender in the country. Bitcoin, nothing else, only Bitcoin. And it's obviously really good for Bitcoin adoption. You can go into McDonald's and pay with Bitcoin there. But on the other hand, it's, we get the feeling, and it seems that they're a bit of an autocracy as well, right? That Bukele kind of just like runs everything and whatever he says happens. So my question is whether, while it seems that it's good for Bitcoin, is that something that's good for liberty, that Bitcoin is sometimes even coerced on businesses or perhaps even individuals, or that they have their own wallets and those wallets might leak information to the government? So how does that work as far as say, being good for Bitcoin? Is that necessarily good for being good for liberty?
Right, so there are basically two streams of Bitcoin adoption in Salvador. There's the top-down, President Bukele, legal tender, Bitcoin bonds, Chivo wallet, the president buying Bitcoin with taxpayers' money, as he says on Twitter, naked in his bath or something. And there's the bottom-up adoption happening via Bitcoin Beach, via Strike, remittance payments, and I'm more in favor of the bottom-up approach, of course, because it also comes with proper education of the users, whereas the top-down is sort of like imposed on people. But I believe what Bukele did best probably was the legal tender law, because with legal tender law, Salvadorans have both US dollar and Bitcoin. It's not just Bitcoin, there's still US dollar. And Bitcoin gets good tax treatment under this regime, because you don't have to pay any capital gains tax, sort of like in Czech Republic, if you, as a person exchange dollars for crowns, you don't have to pay the capital gains on that. Right. This is what the governments should do around the world, just to basically step out of the way and let people choose whatever money they want to. So this is what Bukele did well. The Chivo wallet, that's kind of controversial because it's closed sourced. We don't really know what's going on in there, who basically owns the Bitcoin in there. And the Bitcoin bond stuff, Bitcoin City, that's just like kind of weird, and I wouldn't like to have anything to do with that. And I'm kind of surprised of some Bitcoiners like cheering for that. I believe the adoption should be bottom up, and the government should just step out of the way.
Yeah, something just to add there. Obviously, if we are trying to be consistent and principled libertarians, of course, we are not fans of coercion, and so obviously I understand the concern, and certainly it's a complicated, messy world. The way I see that is stripping away the capital gains impact and at least giving people the freedom is, I think, while it's an imperfect step, it is an improvement, right? Of course, I acknowledge it's wrong to coerce, let's say, Salvadoran merchants to accept Bitcoin where they otherwise would not want to. I understand that, that's obviously from a libertarian point of view, we do not support that. But I still believe it is a net advancement in terms of liberty by taking away the capital gains aspect. And I believe it's also an advancement in terms of that broader goal, like I was talking about, of essentially right-sizing or making the state smaller, right? I believe that in the longer term, using Bitcoin and helping to change the system away from a fiat debt-based system into more of a Bitcoin equity-based system means that we're just the scam of central banking will not be able to be carried out on people, and the size of the state is very much related to how much cheap debt they can get. And so I think by taking away that printer, we're winning in the long run in terms of liberty. So that's how at least I come at it, but I acknowledge that it's an imperfect step.
And El Salvador is an interesting case because their other currency is the US dollar. So it makes more sense for a country to allow Bitcoin to be Bitcoin tender when it's not competing against their other currency. And so I think that is something that's very interesting, and perhaps why we're less likely to see it in countries that have a fiat currency controlled by their central bank.
Yeah, and to add on top of that, there are like 15 countries in Africa that have a monetary regime imposed on them by the French central bank. Mm-hmm. It's called CFA franc, and I wasn't aware of that until Alex Gladstein published an article on Bitcoin magazine, Fighting Monetary Colonialism with Bitcoin, I believe it's called, and he recently published a book called check your financial privilege. And I believe these countries are maybe the next in the line. It's countries where they have basically nothing to lose. The people have nothing to lose from getting rid of like these fiat monetary regimes, and they don't actually have any financial sovereignty right now as a state. Right. So yeah,
and they don't have to be the first anymore, which is also a big step. So yeah, talking a little bit more about the governments today and their views on Bitcoin and how crypto or Bitcoin companies handle that. And so we're used to, like, the big exchanges are all fairly regulated at this point. If you want to sign up for an account, you have to give up all of your information, and everything is recorded, and there's a lot of, what we know as AML KYC, which is anti-money laundering laws, and KYC is know your customer, which is basically government spying, and everybody either has to be okay with that or they get arrested and put in jail, as many have in the past, even people in the Bitcoin community. And so we're used to that, but now there's like a new level of regulation that's coming, right? And I think recently, first of all, there was the whole story with like the Wasabi privacy wallet, right? There was a big controversy in Bitcoin because they're a privacy wallet, and all of a sudden they're saying, oh, sorry guys, we're going to start monitoring transactions for the government, because even though we're a non-custodial wallet, we're really concerned about that. And then Trezor also got into a little bit of trouble on Twitter because you enabled code that would enable like the travel rule, which is basically just signing a message on Bitcoin saying I'm the owner of this coin. And for Switzerland, at least at this point, that's good enough for saying, okay, you're the owner of this. And there was a lot of lash out on that. And so my question, and I'll start with you, is do you think that's justified, that the Bitcoin community, it makes it so difficult for companies to kind of do what they have to stay out of trouble, or is that exactly what they should be doing to make sure that Bitcoin stays right in that range where privacy is maintained and that far away from government tyranny?
Yeah, so as we've seen with the address ownership proof protocol, AOPP, as you mentioned, that was a way how to help users withdraw their coins from an exchange where the exchange requires them to prove the ownership of the address. That was in Switzerland with a strict enforcement of the travel rule. And as we've seen, the problem is very nuanced because like our intention wasn't to concede to a regulator in any way and to decrease the privacy of our users. Our intention there was to allow the users to take self-custody of their coins, which they otherwise wouldn't maybe know how to do. But as we've seen, the backlash was quite a major one, so as not to arise the suspicion we are in favor of this regulation, we needed to drop AOPP in the end. So users need to sign their address in some other way now. And we are very much opposed to this regulatory creep of you having to go through the KYC loops, proving that you are not doing anything wrong, proving your identity. All of these documents are going to basically leak in the end from the exchanges. We've seen data leaks all over the place. And there are actually many studies showing that AML is like the least efficient way how to how to prevent money laundering. As a part of what we do, we are actually exploring ways how to allow our users to trade Bitcoin without any identification. It's too soon for us to talk about it in detail, but we are looking into this because we see the need for that. One of the major concerns for me and for a lot of Bitcoiners is users having their coins on an exchange, never withdrawing because it's comfortable for them, and government basically having the ability to censor the transactions, freezing it, maybe imposing some special tax treatment of Bitcoin or confiscating it.
Yeah. Okay, and Stephan, over to you. Yeah, sure. And also, if you can talk a bit about like the privacy in Bitcoin in general and what you're most excited about.
Right. So yeah, I mean, just to add there, obviously I'm in a similar position, right? So I believe in Bitcoin as a freedom tool, but I also work at Swan, and so Swan is a KYC broker service, and so there'll be times where I'm working with customers, and some of these customers are newer, and so they need that guidance and they need that assistance. They're not quite ready to go for the non-KYC acquisition. Of course, I've got nothing against use of non-KYC services, right? Get out there and use HODL and BISC and peer-to-peer. I think the circular economy aspect of it is also important, that people who are just directly accepting Bitcoin for their services, I think those are things that should be built out also. I see it like we would rather people hold some coin than none, even if it's KYC coin. We'd rather them hold some. And okay, you might say, okay, better to hold some non-KYC coin. But there are trade-offs with that as well, right? That you might be paying a premium, you might not be able to acquire as much, you might have various trade-offs around that. So I think for now, the system as it is just has to be the way it is. We are in an awkward spot where there are times where, let's say, the KYC companies or exchanges, brokers, services have to, do this government KYC. It's not something that they want to do. So yeah, it's an awkward spot there, but I still see a role that you might, let's say, have two stacks. You might have some coins that you've purchased on a KYC service and some other coins that you've acquired in a non-KYC method. And for now, that's what people are doing, basically. In terms of where privacy is going, I think we are going to have to see development at the application level with Bitcoin. So I'm a fan of wallets like Samurai Wallet and Sparrow Wallet that are adding privacy techniques into how you can acquire coins, spend coins, remain private while using it. You can use these tools and they're becoming easier and easier. I'm also bullish on more privacy coming to Lightning Network. I understand Lightning Network is not perfectly private today, but it does give you certain elements of privacy for the payer, right? So if you are buying something, then you can at least be more private than you were if you were just naively spending on chain without using any privacy techniques around that. So that's something, and I believe that we will see more development there with things like trampoline routing, route blinding, and some of these more advanced technical PTLCs, point time locking, coming to Lightning Network. So that will come over time. So I believe it's like this constantly evolving game, because at the same time, while particularly in Europe, it seems that the legislators and the regulators are really going hard on things like travel rule. At the same time, we're going to see other countries that aren't going to go as hard about it. So I think there'll be a little bit of a competition and a jurisdictional aspect there, where maybe people can choose that aspect better, or see that there'll be privacy improvements coming, or you can also participate in the peer-to-peer economy.
Right, and just as a follow-up, do you foresee there being, with all this regulatory creep, do you foresee there being kind of like white coins that are AML KYC that you can have it on exchange and it's just more about the speculation, and then black Bitcoins, which are more on the, we'll call it informal markets, where there is no AML KYC, but then you can't use them with an exchange, because an exchange would say, no, these have to be AML KYC, or we don't know where these are coming from.
Yeah, so I think it may sort of, it might look a little bit like that, but I think in practice, there'll be a lot of, coming back to that merchant acceptance piece, where if a merchant is just directly accepting coins, well, then they're not really going to be doing all this surveillance, right? They're just going to be taking a Lightning payment and done. So I think to some extent, the circular economy can help with some of those aspects of it, because it can help the privacy concerns. So I see that being, maybe that's part of the way this goes forward. And also to the point about whitelisted coins, blacklisted coins, and so on, I think it's not necessarily going to be feasible for countries to align on what the blacklist should be, right? So there is the US OFAC sanctions list, but that's different from the Russian sanctions list or the other. And these countries are not going to agree on what the sanctions lists should even be. So I don't see it as feasible that it's going to be brought into, let's say, everyday Bitcoin node software to have a whitelist or a blacklist. It would necessarily create a fork. And I think what's going to happen is that would not be a feasible way to push forward the censorship. So while there may be attempts at censorship in various directions, maybe along the mining vector or along the KYC exchanges services, or I think the system is continually advancing, and I think the things that would be required to sort of enforce it at the entire level are just not feasible. So that's how I'm seeing it.
Yeah, one of the major announcements at Bitcoin 2022 in Miami was Jack Mallers' cooperation with POS provider, a major one, when you can now in the United States spend Bitcoin at Walmart, McDonald's, and stuff like that, and they receive dollars. And they are not. There is no like KYC process at the cash machine. So if you like want to live on Bitcoin in the United States and you don't want to get identified, you will just live off Bitcoin and shop at Walmart and stuff like that.
At least for small things, that's a good way of doing it.
Things.
Yeah, and so still on the topic of regulation, but that you just mentioned the miners, and I think it was last month that Europe almost banned proof of work mining. And everybody, there was like, you know, like, it happened very quickly. And then it also disappeared pretty quickly, at least for now. But everybody's like, what the hell? How do you even do that? What does that mean? Who came up with this idea? And then it was based on all of these ideas that have been in mainstream media for a couple of years right now, that Bitcoin is bad for the environment because of its energy consumption. And it just, you know, one Bitcoin transaction uses as much as Iceland, all of Iceland or something. And people are like, oh, that's terrible. You know, if you use Bitcoin, then you hate trees. And so my question is like, is there any truth to that? Does Bitcoin really use up that much? What are the nuances here? And, you know, of course, there are like the proof of stake proponents, like what Ethereum will eventually supposedly be based on at one point. And all of these other blockchains who say, oh yes, it's true, proof of work is horrible for the environment.
I've got a lot of thoughts on
use
this.
our proof of stake. So it's, so basically my question is like, are they wrong? What's going on here? And what do you think that would mean if Europe actually did ban proof of work?
Yeah, so look, at the high level, sometimes I honestly believe some of this is just shitcoin sponsored FUD. It's literally like Ripple, Chris Larsen has gone and openly given $5 million, and he tweeted this out openly, right? You can look it up. He gave money to Greenpeace and this organization called EWG to purposely, intentionally drive this, you know, proof of stake lie, basically. And it's driven, and I think the answer is education, right? Because the problem is that people don't understand there's no actual alternative to proof of work if you want a secure system. The problem is that these people are just trying to recreate the system with themselves at the top, as opposed to Bitcoin, who are trying to stop money printing, right? These people are trying to put themselves in charge of the money printer, and we're trying to stop money printing. And that's essentially what's happening. So they've driven a lot of nonsense out there, and because it takes time to read and dismantle these arguments about, oh, Bitcoin uses so much, because again, they lie about the amount of the amount of energy required for a Bitcoin transaction, by instead just looking at the overall system, rather than looking at understanding this mining is what protects the overall system. It's not like on a per transaction basis, right? An incremental transaction does not use as much as a house. Like, it's just the amount, the Bitcoin network could operate just off someone's laptop, right? Like that's the level of proof of work that I mean, theoretically, obviously, it wouldn't actually, but the point is that it's not that an incremental transaction is using a house's energy, right? And I think that's an important point for people to convey. It's an education piece. That's how I would summarize it.
And Josef, proof of work, is it worth it? Is Bitcoin worth all this use of energy?
Well, yeah, that's what I wanted to point out. It actually all boils down into whether we see any value in Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining and transacting. So from like purely economic perspective, of course, there is more value generated than is consumed, because the network lives on and it's not being attacked. The miners keep on investing in the hardware, in cooling, and in everything like that. So they are profitable. So it's valuable from the economic point of view. From like the human rights point of view, let's say, Bitcoin serves use cases that are not served by the current financial systems, by the fiat money. Yeah. So. With Bitcoin, everybody in the world can preserve their purchasing power. They can just download the wallet, purchase some hardware wallet if they are able to, and exchange their fiat money for Bitcoin and save up like that, without having the ability to do so perhaps on some stock exchanges and stuff. And they have the ability to transact freely all around the world without having to ask for permission. So Bitcoin serves these values that are not served by the current financial system, and a lot of people find this valuable.
Yeah, well, I absolutely agree. It's like the first question you ask is, what is this replacing? Like, what is Bitcoin replacing? And what energy does the current fiat institution take? How much energy does that take, and everything that it causes? And when you compare those two, it seems to me that proof of work and Bitcoin is a very good trade-off.
Yeah, it comes down to understanding. What it's replacing. It's replacing wars. It's replacing warfare as a means of coming to consensus on the ledger. That's ultimately what it comes down to. I know we need to finish up now. So.
Yes, we need to finish up. We could go on for hours, but other people want to speak as well. And so I want to thank everybody, and of course, Stephan and Josef.
Thank you.
And if you want to keep talking about Bitcoin, come over to our booth, the Lamassu booth. We have some benches and chairs, and we're just there to talk Bitcoin. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you for such an interesting panel, SFL. I just want to remind you that SFL has always been there educating hundreds of people around the world about Bitcoin and crypto in general. And we are really honored to have this opportunity to host such exceptional speakers and partners. Special thanks to our platinum partners, European Liberal Forum and Tholos Foundation. Thank you for making this happen. Well, now it's time to announce our next keynote speaker, Craig Biddle, who is the co-founder and director of education and programs at Objective Standard Institute, and he is co-founder and editor-in-chief of the Objective Standard and executive director of Prometheus Foundation. His books include Loving Life, The Morality of Self-Interest, Rational Egoism, The Morality for Human Flourishing, and forthcoming Forbidden Facts, Moral Truth Your Parents, Preachers, and Teachers Don't Want You to Know. He will speak about Ayn Rand's philosophy for freedom and flourishing today. Please welcome Craig.
Thank you very much. All right, hello, and thank you all for coming. The American philosopher Ayn Rand, who you probably know for her novels The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged, among others, and maybe her nonfiction books, Capitalism, The Unknown Ideal, and The Virtue of Selfishness, not only wrote beautiful fiction, beautiful soul-fueling fiction, she also created a philosophy for freedom and flourishing, for these two things that we want in life, these two big master values, as I call them. And her philosophy is a secular philosophy. It's based in reason, observation, and logic. And I want to talk today about her philosophy, about how it relates to these two values, freedom and flourishing, and how it can help us to much more effectively pursue and protect these things. In regard to freedom, Rand provided a moral and philosophic grounding for this value. She provided a whole system of ideas that anchor the idea that freedom is morally good and factually so. And in regard to flourishing, she provided a system of principles to help us think clearly, live beautifully, and love our lives. So these are the two things I want to isolate and focus on. We'll take freedom first. So what is freedom? What is liberty or freedom? Well, it's at the political level, if we're talking political freedom, which is what we mean here, it means freedom from force. It's freedom from coercion. In a state of freedom, you are free to act on your judgment, to engage with others only voluntarily, right, by persuasion, not by coercion. So this is what freedom is at the political level. There's other kinds of freedom. There's free will and different uses of that concept. But at the political level, that's what freedom is. Well, is this a good thing? Should we be free? Well, good and should are moral terms. So right out of the bat, as soon as we ask, are these good, or should we pursue or protect or even have these things, we're dealing with morality on some level. I mean, there's a political element to it. Should we be free? There's the political element. But should we be free? There's the moral element. So Rand points out that you've got to get into moral arguments, because if you don't have a moral case for freedom, you're giving up the case for freedom. So what is the answer to the question, is freedom good? Well, the traditional concept that deals with this question is the concept of rights. You have a right to life, liberty, property, and the pursuit of happiness. You have a right to be free from force. But as soon as you bring up the question of rights, or the concept of rights, then we're faced with the question, all right, well, so that's the theory, but are these things real? Do we really have rights? Or are they just made up? And that's an important question, too, because if the theory is that, well, rights are the moral reason that we should be free, and you don't have anything undergirding rights and pointing to why they're real, then you still don't have a case for freedom. The traditional approach to the question of are rights real comes basically threefold. So one school of thought says, yes, they're real and they come from God. Another school of thought says, yes, they're real and they come from the government. A third school of thought says, yes, they're real and they come from nature. And then there's a fourth school, of course, that says they're not real. We'll talk about that a little bit, too. But let's take these three theories of rights being real and see what the problem is with each, because I think there is a big problem with each. The first idea, that rights come from God, is problematic because in order to prove that you have rights that come from God, you first have to prove that God exists, right? There's no getting around that. And to put it mildly, that's a very tall order. Right? Nobody has proven that there's such thing as a God, which is why all of the religions have the concept of faith. All of the religions who claim that there's a God and they know there's a God, they have the concept of faith as their means of knowing that. Faith meaning belief in the absence of evidence. It's the opposite of reason. Reason and faith are opposite concepts, and the reason that we have both concepts is because one refers to reason on the basis of evidence, reason, and the other to belief on the basis of no evidence, faith. So the whole idea that rights come from God is problematic on multiple other levels in addition, by the way, because some religions say, well, my God says if you don't believe in him, I should kill you. And how are you going to come back to that if faith is the means of knowledge? So you get the idea. It's just chaos if you move in that. And we live in this chaos today, by the way. This is precisely. This isn't just theory. Look around. People are, my God says this, your God says that. So that's not going to get us anywhere. Hugely problematic theory of rights, that they come from God. The next theory, the idea that rights come from government, is equally problematic. It's a complete bastardization of the concept of rights. The whole reason that we need the concept of rights is because there's something different than government and law. Right? We already have a concept law. That's what the government says you may and may not do. A law can be legitimate or illegitimate. The concept of rights is more fundamental than that. It's a moral concept, and the whole point of that concept is to say, prior to government, you have a moral prerogative to act in a certain way. As the American founders put it, governments are formulated to protect rights. They don't create rights. Rights are more fundamental. They're supposed to inform us about what governments may and may not do, about what laws are legitimate and what laws are not. So the idea that rights come from government is a complete bastardization of the concept of rights. It equates them with laws, and it also means that governments can do anything they want. If rights come from government, so you live in Nazi Germany and you're Jewish, well, your right is to walk into this oven. That's what you have to do. So that's chaos and hell and all other forms of awfulness. Not going anywhere with that. So the very seductive idea now that rights come from nature, or that we have them naturally, that sounds great if you can prove it. But if you can't prove it, then we're stuck where Jeremy Bentham said, rights are nonsense upon stilts because there's no evidence for them. Or as Alistair MacIntyre puts it, the idea of rights, the idea of inalienable rights, is one with witches and unicorns because there's equal evidence for both. If you think about it, I mean, if you're looking for rights out there, evidentially, cut me open, they're not in here. Start looking around out here, they're not out there. So where are these things? And this is the problem. If you can't prove that you have rights, if you can't show the evidence for rights, then you can't actually have a strong, solid foundation for arguing that we have them. Rand has a completely different approach to rights. Instead of saying they come from God, or they come from government, or they come from nature, we know not how, she says, in effect, let's look at the reason we even need this idea of rights. What is it saying we have a prerogative to do? Well, the traditional idea is you have a prerogative to act on your judgment. Life, liberty, property, and the pursuit of happiness, they're all verb related, right? You have a right to live your life. You have a right to produce property and keep and use and dispose of it, all verbs. You have a right to pursue happiness, right? These are all verbs, they're actions. All right, well, why would we need these kinds of actions? Well, let's look at what kind of animal we are. What is it that we do in order to live as the kind of animal that we are? And Rand points out that the fundamental means of human survival is the use of our rational faculty, the thing that makes us distinct from all of the other animals. This is very Aristotelian, if you know Aristotle's philosophy. We have a rational faculty. It's our means of figuring out what's true, what's false, what works in reality, how we can put things together to make the values that we need in order to live, from food, clothing, and shelter to free societies and rights-protecting governments, right? This is the faculty that enables us to do that. And so, in order to live as the kind of animal we are, a rational animal, who lives for decades, not a moment, and who has all sorts of needs, not only physical, but also spiritual, friendship, self-esteem, purpose, the things that constitute a human life, in order to live as that kind of being, we need to be free from the one thing that can stop us from acting on our judgment. That thing is force, coercion. If you put me in a cage, I can't go do the thing I planned to do today. If you tie me to a tree and leave me there, I can't go fishing or build a hut or whatever else I planned to do today. Force obviously stops us from acting on our judgment. It stops us from living as the kind of being that we are, a rational being. So this is just an observational fact that given the kind of animal that we are, we need to be free. So you can think of this as an objective theory of rights in this sense. It is true that rights are an idea. So they're made up in a sense, just like every idea is. It's made in the head. There's the in here part. But there's an out there part too. There's a fact that we're recognizing when we talk about rights. What is that fact? We're recognizing the fact that given the kind of animal we are, we need to be free to act on our means of living, our mind, our judgment. This is not a faith-based theory of rights. It's not coming from the government, and it's not from nature we know not how. It's from nature that we observe. We can see it. Think about how powerful this is. How much more powerful would the liberty movement be if everyone in the movement sort of understood this idea and was like, look, there's a fact why we should be free. This isn't an opinion. It's a moral fact. The whole reason that we need the concept of rights is because it's what enables us to live as human beings. A human life is a life guided by the judgment of one's mind. This is why slavery is wrong. If that weren't true, slavery wouldn't be wrong. That's the why. So you see the value of this. It's just one of the elements of Ayn Rand's philosophy, is this hugely powerful lever that we have here to advance liberty, to explain to people why freedom is moral, and to provide our movement with a really solid grounding. Now I want to talk a little bit about Ayn Rand's view of flourishing, or as she would just put it, living. Living as what? As the kind of being that we are. You can't live as an eggplant or a rock because the rock's not even alive and you're not an eggplant, right? You're a human being. What does it mean to live as a human being? The concept of flourishing is beautiful because it implies living fully in accordance with the kind of thing that you are and living successfully. You think about a flower flourishing. What does that mean? It means it's, doing beautifully. If you see a wilting flower, you don't say that flower is flourishing, right? So it's a nice concept. Rand didn't use it, but I think it captures what she means by fully living or living. And what Rand provided in regard to this master value, living a beautiful life or living fully or flourishing, is a system of principles based in the factual requirements of the kind of being that we are, rational beings. What does it mean to live as a human being? And so she's got a whole system of values and virtues, values being things you go after in order to live, food, clothing, shelter, friendship, romance, recreation, love, freedom, all values, things you go after because you need them to live. And then virtues, or the actions that you must take in order to achieve these life-serving values, such as be rational, so rationality. Be productive, you have to produce values in order to live. Say's law, right? Supply constitutes demand, or you have to make products to have products, right, as Elon Musk puts it. And then trade with others rather than beat them over the head to get their stuff. Why? Because if you're all producing and trading, we all get rich, right? And live well. That's the way that human beings can flourish. So she has this whole system of ideas that help us to think more clearly about what it means to live a human life, to pursue our values efficaciously, to engage in interactions with other people in a harmonious way rather than an acrimonious way, or rather than through violence. And so this is another element of Rand's philosophy, is that she provides a system for people to flourish, both on the individual level and socially. So personal flourishing and social harmony, you can put it that way. Now, Rand is controversial, as you know. I'm sure you all, she's got a book titled The Virtue of Selfishness. And so she's very controversial, and she comes down hard on emotionalism and faith and other ways, alleged ways of knowing that are not reason. But what Rand means by selfishness is rational selfishness, pursuing your values to make your life great and respecting the rights of others to do that too. That's selfishness. Selfishness, what would it mean if, hey, myself, I want to make myself great? Well, that's exactly how you do it. You don't make yourself great by stabbing others in the back. Look at people who do that. They wind up in jail or in gangs and getting shot or whatever. That's not life. Life is production and trade and engagement using our rational faculty. Now, emotions obviously are hugely important in life. There's no point in living if you can't experience joy and love and all that kind of stuff. But your emotions are not your means of living, says Rand. They're your psychological means of experiencing your values, right? Your favorite team wins a game. You're happy. Why? Because that's your team. You have a value judgment. I love this team. They won. If they lost, you feel bad. If you bet a lot of money on the game, you feel worse, right? That's what it means for... that's the difference between your emotional faculty and your rational faculty. They're both mental faculties. They're both in there in kind of the same place. We just need to keep them separated in terms of what their roles are. There's nothing wrong with emotions. Objectivism, I like to say, is 100% pro-emotion and 100% pro-reason at the same time. We say, treat each of these mental faculties exactly as it is all the time. Don't ever pretend that your emotions are your means of knowing or that reason is your means of experiencing your values. They're just different things. So this is Rand's idea, and think about how beautiful this is. The whole thing just fits together perfectly, doesn't it? We have rights. Why? Because it's a fact that to live as human beings, we have to be free to act on our judgment. That is an observable fact. And there's a moral code undergirding that explains also the way to do that thing, the way to live. So the moral code gives us principles telling us, hey, be honest, be just, treat people according to the facts and according to what they deserve. Bad guys who try to kill people should go to jail. Good people who produce and trade should be free to go do that thing, right? It's got all these principles that just work for human life. And you've got a moral code integrating with a rights theory and a whole reason for freedom plus a whole system for living. This is what Ayn Rand gave us. It's beautiful. So she's controversial. You know what? When something's controversial, we should look into it and say to ourselves, well, is it true? Is it true? And will these ideas work to make our lives wonderful? I think Rand is exactly what the liberty movement needs. So I encourage you to read Rand's books. This is the first most important thing. Read Rand, and read her critically. Look, use your rational faculty. She'd be the first to tell you, don't take anything on faith. Read her books critically, but read them and see what you think. So read, for instance, The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged, her novels. They're just wonderful stories about wonderful people doing amazing things, and villains too. But it's really powerful novels. And read her nonfiction and engage with people, talk about it. My institute, Objective Standard Institute, teaches courses on Rand's philosophy and philosophy in general, so it's not all about Rand, but we teach courses on her ideas and how they integrate with other ideas, other thinkers, economic thinkers, other philosophers, self-development thinkers such as Cal Newport and James Clear and the like. So we're all about integrating really good, deep philosophical ideas like Rand's with practical everyday living and with our efforts to advance liberty. So check out objectivestandard.org if you're interested in taking some courses there on these ideas. And I think we have a few minutes for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the very good speech. I am a Nietzsche reader, and I think in Rand understand that selfishness is a virtue because of it is impossible to have a really big and powerful community when the individuals are weak and are needing one to the other from the others. And then we have this Jesus, what Jesus say, to love the other as yourself. And you have that same in Adam Smith's work. Why it is so controversial for liberals to accept the good side of selfishness?
Yeah, great question. Why is it so difficult for people to accept that selfishness is good? And I think the reason is that we're all raised to believe that morality equals self-sacrifice, that they're the same thing. To be moral is to sacrifice for other people, right? So Rand called this a frozen abstraction. It's like taking the whole field of morality and pretending that this one theory of morality, altruism, that you should sacrifice for others, that equals this whole field. And she said that's wrong. There are other theories in the field, hedonism, egoism, other theories. And the question is, which of these theories is supported by facts, if any of them are? Altruism simply isn't supported by facts. There are no facts of reality that give rise to the idea that you must sacrifice for others. You can't find them anywhere. They don't exist. There are facts all over the place to say that if you want to live as a human being, you must act in accordance with your nature. You must go by reason. You must figure out what's true. You must engage voluntarily and peacefully with others. Facts abound to demonstrate this. So the problem is that we've been ill-taught, and she's pushing against a huge, heavily grounded idea in the history of philosophy and religion has really done this. You mentioned Jesus and Christianity. And the idea that you should love your neighbor just, in general as some kind of a commandment, thou shalt love your neighbor. Well, what if your neighbor is an axe murderer, right? That doesn't make any sense. You shouldn't just love people just out of the blue. You should treat people in accordance with the facts. What are the facts about this person? This is Rand's whole idea. She condemned the idea of judge not that ye be not judged and said, judge and be prepared to be judged. Who has anything to fear from moral judgment? Only the bad guys do, right? If you're a good person, if you're honest and forthright and living well and not violating rights and not being dishonest, you have nothing to hide. You have no reason to fear judgment. Judge me. I'm fine with that. So I think that's the reason. But it's a big reason, right? It's a big hurdle. So again, read Rand, read her book, The Virtue of Selfishness. The first essay in that book, The Objectivist Ethics, explains the essence of her philosophy and why she thinks that human life, the requirements of human life, constitute the standard of moral value, the fundamental that gives rise to all of the other moral principles. And it's really beautiful, clear writing. It's rich, it's dense, but it's clear. So anyway, that's what I recommend, and I thank you for that question. Take more questions? I don't know where we're on time. I'm happy to keep going with questions. So we have several up here.
This is the last question due to the time constraint. So.
Okay.
Just one question. Or here, don't see me.
Yep.
You said regarding moral judgment that the only people that have any incentive to fear moral judgment are the people who have something to be afraid of. Let's take, for example, you, and let's really assume that you have no moral problems. And I conduct moral judgment towards you. I say, oh, this guy is a terrible philosopher. This guy is a terrible public speaker. I am led by some of my personal, more malicious intents. My intent is not to diversify the moral from the non-moral. My intent is to defamate you. My intent is to bully you into social isolation or something like that.
Yeah.
Don't you then have an incentive to fear moral judgment even though you are not morally incorrect?
Really good question.
Because I'm not led by morality.
Thank you. Really good questions. Don't innocent good people have something to fear from moral judgment if that moral judgment is false and malicious or the like. Yeah, there's you can harm people through defamation, slander, and the like, right? And that's bad. It's also a violation of their rights because you own your reputation. You built your reputation. It belongs to you. This is why defamation and libel are illegal in addition to being immoral. They actually violate rights. But we don't really, on another level though, we don't have to fear that moral judgment because all we have to do to people who try to libel or slander us is say, where are the facts? You're saying I did some bad thing, where are the facts? Or if you're just expressing your opinion about me, I don't care about your opinion. You might say, well, you're a bad person. I say, I don't care what you think about me. It doesn't make it, if you give me some facts that I've done something wrong, I'd be like, oh, thank you for telling me that. I'll fix my ways. That's, so even there, moral judgment is good. If somebody can point out that you've erred in some way, that's great news. That's information that you can now correct yourself going forward if they're giving you honest feedback. If they're trying to harm you, then you just say, well, look, I don't care what you think, and if you lie about me to people and harm my reputation, I'll, perhaps see you in court because that's illegal. So I get your question is good. Can't people use judgment in ways that harm people? They certainly can if they use it irrationally. But you have nothing to fear from somebody judging you on the basis of rational values and virtues. Is this person honest? Think about when you go into a business relationship. You want to know whether this person is honest. You don't want to go into business with somebody who's dishonest. God knows what's going to happen, right? So you want to find out if he's honest. You want to judge him, and you want him to judge you so that you guys can figure out what your characters are, what your abilities are, etc., and then you can proceed accordingly. So bottom line on this is that Rand's whole approach to virtues and judgment and the like is that there's factual basis for making these kinds of judgments, and those factual bases are the requirements of human life. What is it that we have to do in order to live? We got to keep our mind connected to reality. In terms of other people, we've got to judge them accurately and treat them accordingly, otherwise you end up with presidents such as Hitler or Putin. Right? And so on every level of human existence, we need to use our rational faculty so that we can live well and love life and maintain liberty. So, thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Craig, for such a deep analysis of Ayn Rand's philosophy. Now we are moving to the first breakout sessions being held in Bastia room next door and in Horowitz and Hayek rooms, which are located in the KC city, connected through foyer. You can look for signs on the walls and to find the right way. And after the breakout sessions, we come back to meet in the hall at 4:15.
Slyším tu.
Tak to slyšíš hezky a slyšíš mě? Tak to je asi dobrý.
A ty mě slyšíš?
Jo, leze to sem.
Tak video, ale nevidím video. Nevidím video žádný.
To je lepší. Ty jsme dobří zase, zase jsme dobří.
Ty jsi mě tu? Teď tě neslyším.
Du.
Kamerou.
My tě vidíme.
No myslel jsem lip sync, ale to je asi.
Jo, to asi úplně nebude důležitý. Stejně tam pustíme celek nějaký, nazdar. Tak dobrý. Jo, no. Tak to je úplně jedno. Takže co, hraje nám to, to je dobře.
please take your seats. Can you hear me? All right. Please, everyone who still hasn't taken their seat, please do that. We're continuing. Thank you so much for coming back for the keynote sessions. Before announcing our speakers, we would like to thank our gold partners, partners that without whom this event would not be possible. Trésor, Liberland, the Friedrich Naumann Foundation, and the Ayn Rand Center Europe. So thank you so much for our sponsors. Thank you. We have very special guests for this keynote session. First off, Dr. Steve Davies. He's the head of education at the Institute of Economic Affairs in London. From 1979 till 2009, he was senior lecturer in the Department of History and Economic History at Manchester Metropolitan University, where he taught courses on a range of topics, including world history, the history of crime, and the criminal justice system in the UK. Dr. Steve Davies. Next up, Dr. David Friedman is a free market economist and legal scholar. He is a consequentialist libertarian and author of the book, The Machinery of Freedom, Guide to a Radical Capitalism, which was published in 1973, in which he explains how a society with property rights and without government would function. Dr. Friedman, thank you. And this session will be moderated by Dr. Wolf van Laer, CEO of Students for Liberty. The topic is...
You were so quick.
And he was very quick before I could tell you just before. The topic of this discussion is prospects for liberty. So thank you so much.
Welcome everyone. Come on in. It's time. It's getting started. And I'm very happy to also announce that right now we have over 700 people here at this very event, so give yourself a round of applause. Wonderful. And so let's jump in. We will do roughly 20 minutes of conversation here on stage, and then all of you have also the chance to ask some brilliant, thoughtful, and short questions to the panelists here. So first, I would like to start with saying that this is a very important, crucial topic right now specifically. What is the prospects for liberty? What is coming down the pipeline right now? The world seems to be ever changing, and there is a lot of interesting aspects happening right now. So first, I would like to ask both of you, what would you consider the biggest threat to liberty right now? And I provide you with a few options. One is COVID. Another one is the imperial powers like China and Russia, or it might be inflation and the central banks that cause it, or it might be even populism. And I think you might even have like a different answer than on my list, but let's first start with Steve. What's your take on that?
Well, thanks, Wolf. Well, my answer is the fourth one, except that the phenomenon which I see as the greatest threat to liberty is not populism. I think that's the wrong label for it. What we're talking about here is two things, I think. One is the rise in most, in fact, developed countries, and also quite a lot of middle-income countries, of a kind of explicitly anti-liberal politics on both the left and the right, but primarily on the right. And if you're the kind of age that I am, then you've grown up thinking that all the major threats to liberty come from the left, from communism or related ideologies. But in fact, what we're now seeing, as Tom Palmer sort of very powerfully, I think, argued earlier on today, is the growth of an explicitly anti-liberal politics on the right, a sort of fascism not so light in many cases. And that's a major threat, it seems to me, not least because of the way it's leading to a complete corruption of right-wing politics. And it grows out of the second thing, which is related to it, which is a progressive breakdown, I think, of the whole public conversation in liberal democratic societies. And we can argue about exactly what is causing this. Maybe it's technology, maybe it is indeed being stirred up by hostile powers like the Russians. I tend to think it's endogenous, but undoubtedly there's a real problem of a complete inability, I think, increasingly, to have any kind of humane or sensible conversation, which is leading to this phenomenon of political polarization, and that is directly antithetical to liberty, it seems to me. So I think that those two conjoined phenomena are the big threat for me.
I think none of your first three is a very serious threat. That Russia's in the process of losing a war against a country about a quarter its size. Inflation is a nuisance, and it may be a serious problem for a country like the US when it has to pay interest on its national debt at 8 or 10% instead of at 2% once interest rates adjust to inflation. But inflation is not a very large tax because it's only a tax on cash balances, that most of my assets are in a money market fund and they're ultimately stocks, shares of stock, which are going to go up along with the price level in general. What was your third? Oh, COVID. COVID is mostly over, which is why we're here. And COVID has had both good and bad effects. It is on the one hand legitimized government violations of individual freedom that we would normally not put up with. On the other hand, it's also considerably reduced the reputation of governments with their populace since they kept saying things that weren't true. And at least in the US, COVID has seriously undermined the public school system, because the public school system in the US performed very badly, and I think a whole lot of people have now started taking seriously the idea of educating their kids themselves, which is an enormous improvement. I think populism, in the sense in which Steve mentioned it, is a serious threat, but I think the more serious threat is environmentalism, and in particular concern with global warming. There's a wonderful quote somewhere from Mencken to the effect that governments like to terrorize their population with bogus threats. And if you look at serious estimates of global warming, it may be a minor problem. William Nordhaus, who supports doing stuff against global warming, who got a Nobel Prize for his economic work, if you actually read what he says, his estimate of how much worse off the world will be if we do nothing about global warming by the end of the century is the equivalent of a 2.5% reduction in world GNP. That's a wet firecracker. He's not willing to say that it's a wet firecracker, but if you actually look at his numbers, it is. Nonetheless, if you look at discussion of global warming, it's hundreds of millions of climate refugees and the world getting flooded and a whole bunch of other things. So that kind of rhetoric, to the extent people believe it, justifies very large government activities. And so that's, I think, probably the most serious threat at the moment. But in general, things are always going in both directions, that people's beliefs are getting better in some ways and worse than others. Things like COVID do good and damage. Technological change means that it's easier to do mass production surveillance, but also easier to conceal your correspondence with people via encryption and so forth and so on. So there isn't a simple answer.
Very good, provocative, David, for sure. So you are addressing mostly a room full of Gen Zs and millennials, and just by the statistics, it shows that most people do care in that age bracket very much about the environment. You say, nah, it's not that big of a deal?
Yes, that is to say, the sense in which replacing socialism with environmentalism was an improvement is that intellectually it's a better argument, that externalities are a real argument for controlling people. The problem with that argument is that the controlling is being done by people who have less of an incentive to do the right thing than the people they're controlling. If you COVID is the interesting case, because if you think as an economist about COVID, it is true that my incentive to avoid getting COVID is suboptimal. That if I get COVID, one cost is I might die, and I really don't want to die. But another cost is that I might pass it on to other people. And the first is a private cost to me, the second is a public cost to other people. So I bear, let us say, 60% of the cost, I get 60% of the benefit of my being careful. And I pay about 100% of the cost of my being careful, in that I don't get to do lots of things I'd like to do, like coming to Europe and giving talks. On the other hand, people like Mr. Fauci, who are making the decisions, bear essentially none of the cost, and receive very little of the benefit. His set of incentives is sort of a random set of incentives having to do with the political structure he's in. So although it's true that I will probably not make the right decision, I'm more likely to make the right decision than he is. And that's the problem very generally. That's what's wrong with the standard economic argument for governments doing things, is that it correctly observes that laissez-faire doesn't give you the right answer, and then supposes we have a mechanism that gives us a better answer. But we don't, because political systems, the externalities to individuals' actions are usually close to 100%. That when you vote for the wrong person, other people bear the cost. When a judge makes a bad decision, he doesn't bear the cost of the legal rule he set, and so forth. So, liberty is by no means perfect. It's just we have nothing better.
Very good. Concentrated benefits, dispersed costs. You've heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. Very important. So, Steve, I saw you thinking very hard in that corner. Do you want to disagree a little bit with David here to make for a good panel?
Just slightly, because I do actually think, unlike David, that there is a real problem with climate change, although I do agree with him that a lot of the warnings we get are, completely over the top. However, he said that basically environmentalism concerns about climate change are going to justify extensive government intervention. My answer to that is, well, only if we let that side win the argument, because actually the coherent and I think correct position is to say that if you are confronted with a challenge of this kind, you need the inventiveness and flexibility and resilience of a decentralized market society, a free society, more than ever. Because it's actually that kind of way of organizing things that is more likely to produce solutions to challenges and problems that are more effective and at lower cost because of the discovery procedure aspect of markets. The idea that you solve it by some kind of national or even worse global Apollo project strikes me as absolute lunacy. So it doesn't follow, even if you think that there is a problem with climate change, that therefore this requires large-scale collective political action. You should be reading Elinor Ostrom more, or people like that, I think, rather than going down that route.
That is, Nordhaus argues for a carbon tax, and a carbon tax is a way of using the decentralized.
Yeah, indeed, that is exactly. That's a fairly, market-friendly policy solution.
But I have no reason to believe that's what's going to actually happen.
No.
And in fact, in the case of the U.S., we had a cap and trade bill which passed the House but not the Senate, and it's not the bill William Nordhaus would have written.
No, absolutely. We need to make the argument better.
So we also heard here on the panel, interestingly, that inflation, and you, David, said that, might not be that much of a big deal. In a room of people who are students who are mostly on fixed income, it might be slightly different because they're not holding as many assets. However, I'm curious about both of yours prediction for the next 5 years when it comes to the economy, and why. Like, what are we going to see? Are we going to see like a deflationary spiral? Are we going to see some sort of like continuous inflation, hyperinflation, or stagflation? Steve, if you want to take that one first.
It's very hard to predict anything, particularly about the future, but I would say that I suspect, and I fear, if you ask me to bet on it, I would bet that we're going to get stagflation for most of the next 5 to 6 years. We're currently experiencing a significant spike in inflation, which is due to the supply-side disruptions brought about by the pandemic, but also by the monetary response to the pandemic, when governments enormously expanded broad money, for good reasons at the time, actually, but which we're now paying the price of, because this money they've got this huge monetary overhang, and as the velocity of money is returning to its average normal level, this means that all that money is now starting to circulate, and it's pushing up effective demand. Now, that is going to last longer than people think, I think, because the disruptions that the pandemic brought to the supply chain are going to take, I think, longer to be resolved than many people realize. But I don't think that's the major problem. That is transitory. You could expect inflation, if that were the only thing driving it, to fade away in about a year's time, maybe 18 months' time. What I fear is this. We've also seen at the same time, for various reasons, significant rises in the cost of a number of key commodities, which are not purely due to monetary fluctuations. They're due also to geological realities, notably a rise in the price of oil. And governments are confronted with a very hard choice. What they could do is leave the money supply as it is, constrict it, and allow basically the majority of the population to take a hit in their living standards from this rise in costs. What they would have to do is, it would not reduce aggregate demand, that would remain constant, but it would redistribute demand, the quantities of goods demanded, away from goods with low elasticity of demand, essential goods, and towards them and away from discretionary spending. Now, governments are very unlikely to do that because it's going to be politically very, very unpopular to do so. So my suspicion is that what they will do is actually turn the money taps back on. And that means that, therefore, we will have something like the phenomenon we experienced in the 1970s of a combination of both a hit to production brought about by rising costs and disruption to investment in other markets brought about by the inflation caused by the government's monetary response to that. And I think it will take several years before this works out. And the big problem is, and this is why I'm very, very glad that I'm not a central banker at the moment, because I think they're confronted with a really, really bad set of options, is that this will provoke a debt crisis because we have an enormous amount of both private and public debt out there. In fact, I think the private debt is more of a problem than the public debt, corporate debt in particular. And if central banks, in response to this, do start to raise interest rates seriously, as I think they will eventually, that means a whole lot of that debt is going to become basically unsound. It will not be repaid. It will be defaulted upon. So I think we are looking at a big debt crisis, probably. My guess is it would be in about 3 years' time, but that's pure speculation on my part, really.
Yeah, very interesting, because during Paul Volcker's time at the Federal Reserve, back then GDP, the debt to GDP ratio was around 20%, and he was able to raise interest rates to the same level because he could do that, because then the debt didn't extend that much. But now we have in the United States and in many European countries 120% or more of debt as part of GDP. So that's not really an option that they have. But what is your take, David?
I'm not a macroeconomist. As best I can tell, a course in macro is a tour of either a cemetery or a construction site. My guess is that we will have continued inflation, but I am not going to try to make any predictions.
All right, wonderful. So then let's switch topics, because we see threats from different perspectives and prospects for liberty, and we want to also turn to like a positive side. But first, some more negative stuff, right? Because that's what we really want, right, as consumers. Looking at the recent aggression of Putin and its ever-increasing hostile rhetoric, what do you expect in the near future? You already hinted at that you think like this will not continue to go on for much longer, but a wounded animal often reacts in ways that is unpredictable, and he has a wounded animal with some big guns, unfortunately, at his disposal. So walk us through your reasoning, what you think will play out there, and if there's like other maybe geopolitical ramifications that this brings about.
Yeah. I think the most serious I think you're right, the most serious problem is what is Putin's response to losing the Ukraine war. And it might be nuclear weapons, although it's not clear they're very useful for his purpose. He could try to use tactical nukes against the Ukrainians, but that's going to be very unpopular, and it's not clear that it's a very effective tool for the purpose. And I'm not sure what else he can do. That, you know, he could try to launch World War III, but he's not going to do very well on that. He'll, you know, that would kill. You know, he could probably kill 50 or 100 million Americans and 100 million Russians and, you know, other such things. It turns out, if you actually look at it, that although nuclear war is a pretty grim situation, it's not as grim as people pretend. It's not the end of the human race or the end of civilization. It's just killing more people than has ever been killed before, which would be sort of unfortunate. I don't think it's.
Don't worry about it.
I don't think it's very likely. Well, no, but. It would be a long discussion, but I think if you look at realistic estimates, you are talking about something maybe on the scale of the Black Death in Europe, which did happen, although a much smaller population at the time. But anyway, but I don't know. I mean, I don't have a good enough feel for the internal dynamics of the Russian state. The question is, if it is clear he has lost, does that mean that somebody will get rid of him? Are there other people who are in a position to pull a... If he gets the army mad at him, because he's getting the army mad at him, right? He's removing generals because they didn't do the impossible, basically, and he's going to be replacing them probably with less competent generals who won't do the impossible. And I'm not sure if it's... He's got a situation where apparently some significant number of Russian soldiers are refusing to do what they're told because they haven't been paid. That he's got the problems of a corrupt and incompetent state trying to run a war. So I don't know, but if he can stay in power, then he's going to have to do something, and I don't know what he's going to do. But I can't see him trying to invade, you know, Poland, or he can invade Belarus, I suppose, but there's not much point to that. so I don't know what he'll do, but I agree that that's the worry. But I think the idea that he's going to crush the Ukrainians and then invade Poland and so forth is rather implausible.
Well, it's pretty obvious that Putin's made a catastrophic misjudgment from his point of view. The month or so before the invasion happened, I would have, if you'd asked me, I would have given you slightly better than even money odds that there was going to be an invasion. So I thought the evidence was that on the balance of probabilities, he probably was more likely to invade than not. But the form the invasion took was not anything like what I had expected or what most military, thinkers in the various think tanks from the armed forces expected, because what everyone expected was that there would be an attack into the Donbass and along the Black Sea littoral. But instead, what you got was an attack on 4 or 5 broad fronts, which was obviously aimed at decapitating Ukrainian states, at capturing Kiev, killing Zelensky and most of the leading force in the government, and putting a puppet government in place. And it was also launched in a way that had all the soldiers who actually know about this baffled, because it didn't make effective use of combined arms operations, which is the kind of core feature of modern maneuver warfare, basically. And so it appears, the only explanation I've heard that makes any sense at all of this is that Putin and the leadership group in Russia thought that they had suborned and subverted enough leading figures in Ukraine that large parts of the Ukrainian army would just surrender and that they would be able to roll in. They maybe committed the common fault of despotic regimes of believing their own propaganda. And also the constant problem if you are a despot is that everyone is so terrified of you that nobody tells you the truth. This is the problem, despots and tyrants have had throughout history. Whatever it was, they made a catastrophically bad mistake there. That and the heroic resistance that they faced has obviously already, produced all the problems Davies mentioning. Now they've clearly gone back to trying to make a breakthrough in the Donbass and then push along the Black Sea littoral towards Mykolaiv again and then beyond that towards Odessa. Now, are they going to succeed in that? I mean, I'm not a soldier, but what I do know from history is that the general rule of thumb is that if you're going to attack people in entrenched positions, established positions, you need at least a 3-to-1 superiority in men and materiel before you even really think about doing it. You would really prefer to have a 5-to-1 superiority. Those are the rough rules of thumb, and they don't have it. Partly because they've now lost so many troops in the fighting up in the north and the east of the country. So it is quite likely that in about another month and a half's time, it will become obvious that even those more limited goals haven't been reached. Now, of course, they may still do it. Who knows? War is one of the most uncertain of all human activities. The question then is what happens then? And that's where really it becomes very, very murky, because there's all kinds of possibilities. Putin and the Russians might decide that they've declared a victory, declare that they've won a victory anyway to try and save face. They may try to just dig in themselves, in which case we're looking at a long conflict which will go on for a considerable time, could last for years. I mean, we could be looking at a really drawn-out conflict with a pretty significant geopolitical global effects. It would force a realization that there is going to be a long systemic conflict between certainly Russia and the West, maybe even a larger alliance of states, including China and the West. On the other hand, you could also see the collapse of the Russian army. I mean, this has happened before, historically. And sometimes armies' morale just suddenly goes and they fall apart. But that's almost, by definition, impossible to predict. You can't really tell when it's going to happen. So I think that if by the end of the next month or so the Russians have not clearly made ground in their current offensive in the southeast of Ukraine, then we are looking at either low probability, a effective collapse of the Russian army, or more likely, I think, a pretty long drawn-out conflict.
Very good. To summarize then, to somewhat of a careful optimism about the human atrociousness that is happening right now within the Russia-Ukraine conflict, that it might fizzle out and maybe there might be regime change at some point within Russia. But then skepticism about the economy writ large over the next 3 to 5 years. I'm hearing that from the both of you. So let's switch then. What gives you hope for the future? Prospects for liberty. We have great ideas, we're discussing them here, we're hearing them from great speakers like you. What gives you personally hope as the biggest opportunity for liberty-loving people to make a difference in the world? Do you look at a technology? Do you look at an idea specifically and movement?
One answer.
But what is your answer?
I don't have one answer. The world is a very complicated place. And the fact that they've abandoned centrally planned socialism is a big win. The fact that a lot of Americans no longer believe in the public schools is a big win. We may get a substantial spread of voucher systems and of homeschooling, which would, in the long term, be an enormous benefit because it means you're no longer having kids being taught what the government wants them to learn. Also, they're more likely to learn stuff, which would be nice. And technology has potential for doing all sorts of great things, but at the same time, the same technologies can be used in bad ways. The existence of a pandemic, people can say, well, look, there could be another and worse pandemic, so we've got to have all sorts of controls over what he will do. I just don't think you can predict in the cleanly way you'd like and say, this is the thing that's going to save us. And, you know, I'm an optimist by nature, but I could be wrong.
Are you giving me one answer, Steve?
Well, no, I agree with what David said completely. I endorse all that. But on the other hand, the question really, I think you're asking, Wolf, is like, if you wake up in the morning and you see the terrible headlines in the press and the dire prognostications that many people are making, what makes you think, no, you know, I'm still cheerful about the future? What kind of things give you hope, really? And I think that there are two things, really, well, maybe three. One of them is simply the general innovativeness, creativity, inventiveness, and adaptability of human beings. I have great faith and confidence that if you have even a reasonably free society, human beings will be able to collectively and collaboratively, through the discovery process of free exchange of ideas and other things, goods and services, work out solutions to those problems. And I think that at the moment, let me say, I think the next 5 to 10 years are going to be seriously challenging for liberals everywhere, here in Europe, but throughout the world in general, because of the rise of the kind of politics that I mentioned, plus because of an extremely rough economic outlook, I think. So we need to be on our mettle. But I think that also, this is a challenge which I am ultimately confident will bring a response. And that response, I think, will be, you know, I don't know what it might be yet, almost by definition, because if I knew what it was, it would already have happened. But I think that there will be a response, and events like this, that's the second thing I'd mention, are the kind of thing that give me reasons for optimism, because it's not the situation that people like Friedrich Hayek faced in the aftermath of World War II, where there were just a bunch of old and not so old guys like himself. What we now have is a whole lot of young people, like all the people here in the hall. You've got a movement of people all over the world who are committed to the ideals of individual liberty and a free society. And that means that there's a kind of force there and a pool of talent and creativity there, which I think will enable us to resolve these problems. So I can't give you a specific answer, but I think that we are going to face some very, very serious challenges in the next 5 to 10 years. But I think in some ways that will actually provoke rethinking, new ideas, new ways of organizing, new ways of doing things, which will lead us to see the challenges perhaps in some sense as a kind of necessary thing to bring about that rethinking. I would say one specific thing though, since you did ask for a specific thing, which is something David alluded to, which is the loss of faith of parents in the state education system, which is particularly marked in the United States, but it's also found in Australia, it's found in Canada, found in quite a few European countries. And I think this is an aspect of a wider phenomenon, which I think is the crisis of meritocracy. And one of my very strongly held views is that meritocracy is one of the worst ideas ever, and an even worse practice. And I think a lot of the political problems that I alluded to in my first answer arise from the sociological consequences of the meritocratic system that we created, that's been created after World War II. And I think the collapse of confidence in education that we're seeing at the moment is linked to the crisis of that system. And I think that can only be to the benefit of our cause, if you will.
Along related lines, it seems to me that one of the big things that's happened both for good and for bad is the loss of faith in elites. Yeah. That on the one hand, it explains why a lot of Republicans believe Trump won the election, because almost everything we believe depends on secondhand information. We observe very little of it. And once you've figured out that the New York Times can't be trusted, why should you believe them when they tell them that when they claim that your hero lost and you think he won? At the same time, that's unfortunate, because he did lose, well, fortunately, Well, I don't know if it was fortunate or unfortunate. We had a choice between two bad candidates, different kinds of bad candidates. But at the same time, it also means that people are less willing to be convinced of what the elite tells them about global warming or about the need for government intervention or whatever. One of the most optimistic things I've actually seen in recent years is a book some of you may have seen called The Beautiful Tree. And what it is about is private schooling in desperately poor countries. That basically it turns out that in places like India and much of Africa, a large fraction of the population is going to very inexpensive private schools. There are free public schools that are terrible. In some cases in India, the private schools are probably illegal given the rules of the system, and yet poor people are managing to take care of their kids and to educate their kids despite the government. So that's a very optimistic thing along the lines that you were talking about. But
very good. So now we have some time for questions. So there's microphones going on here. So there have a gentleman over there. Yes, you, sir. There's somebody here. And please stand up, say your name and where you're from, and who should answer your brilliant question. One of these guys.
Hello. Hi, I'm Stephan from France. David, could you elaborate a little bit on your fear about environmentalism? If we take the emblematic issue, which is how to reduce our carbon emissions, what do you think should be done? Maybe cap and trade, eventually carbon tax, and what do you think will probably be done if you put on your public choice hat? Thanks.
Let me go back a step. About 40 years ago, the public issue that had the same status global warming has now was population. And we were warned that population growth would have catastrophic effects. Ehrlich predicted unstoppable mass famines for the 1970s. And he was taken seriously. He was on the extreme end of the orthodoxy, so to speak, but it was taken seriously. It was complete nonsense. And my conclusion at the time, I wrote a piece on it, was that increasing population had both positive and negative effects, and they were sufficiently uncertain that we could not tell whether the net effect was positive or negative. That's also my view on climate change, that as far as I can tell, what's really going on is that climate change has both negative and positive effects. Both are large. The current orthodoxy ignores the positive effects and looks at the negative effects and says, aha, it's a terrible thing, we've got to do things to stop. So that as far as I'm concerned, we would be better off if we ignored the whole thing for the next 30 or 40 or 50 years until we had better information on the effects. What I think will happen, however, very likely will happen, is that enough people are scared enough so that the government will intervene in large ways, in large and sometimes crazy ways. I mean, the suppression of nuclear reactors is obviously exactly the opposite of what you should be done in terms of their own theory, because nuclear reactors are a form of power that does not produce CO2. Nonetheless, they're shutting them down. And so I think you're going to have sizable interference with human activity. Whether it will be enough to be, a catastrophe, I don't know, probably not. But it does seem to me that it's at this point the largest excuse for governments doing things which they have a political incentive to do, finding ways of benefiting their supporters and of imposing things. There's a wonderful cartoon that I pointed out in my blog a long time ago where somebody is listing on a blackboard a bunch of things you have to do in order to prevent climate change. And the point is they're all supposed to be good things anyway. So the commenter is saying, wouldn't it be terrible if it turned out climate change wasn't a problem and we had prevented pollution and bad effects of urbanization and all sorts of terrible things for nothing? Well, once it turns out that people believe that all the things they want to do are good anyway, then climate change becomes an excuse for doing them.
Very good. Then a question from the right-hand side of the room. Let's take somebody from the right.
Right here? Or
there's one guy there.
Yes. Oh.
Yeah, you're doing it equally, like first middle.
Okay, so Dr. Davies, I want to understand better what you're talking about, your feelings about meritocracy. So kind of what was your definition of meritocracy in two parts. So, and secondly, I mean, how do you see, in what ways do you think we have meritocracy in some places and why is that bad? And then Also, what is sort of the simplest form, in your view, of a good form of general purpose governance? What's sort of the simplest system for that?
Okay. Well, meritocracy it was an invented word. It was invented back in 1959 by the British sociologist Michael Young. And he actually meant it to be a pejorative term. And much to his horror, it got taken up as a positive term. Now, what people think it means is that you should give the jobs in general to the people who are best qualified to do them, and not to your mate or your mate's son and this kind of thing. If that is what it was, then obviously nobody could object to it. But actually, it isn't that. What meritocracy is the theory, first of all and centrally, that some kinds of work and therefore some kinds of job and role are more virtuous, more meritorious, more valuable, if you will, not in monetary terms, but in terms of social value generally, than others. And that the way to decide who gets those jobs, as opposed to the apparently less valuable other kinds of activity, is through merit, which is defined as being, in Young's term, talent plus effort. Now, the trouble is, how do you establish who has the talent and has put the effort in? Well, that's where it gets really bad, because the way we decide to do it is through academic attainment. And I think that meritocracy is actually an ideology in the original Friedrich Engels sense of the word. It's an apparently neutral scientific theory which serves the class interests of a particular social group, which is the professionally certified managerial class in our society. And it enables them to feel very, very good about themselves. And one of Michael Young's original problems with this was that it produced a ruling elite who are unbelievably smug and self-satisfied, because they believe that they are where they are and are better than everybody else because they have merit. And that's simply not true in many cases. Plus, what it leads to is the idea that, to answer your second part of the question, that the way to have an efficient or effective system of governance is to have smart people in charge. That is totally wrong. Having smart people in charge is almost always a recipe for disaster. A classic case in point was the US Defense Department during the Vietnam War, run by the best and the brightest, as they called them at the time. The problem is, really smart people tend to have an inflated idea of how well they understand the world, how much they know about it, and how much they can control it. You do not want smart people in charge. What you want in charge is people with good judgment. And the only way you can find out who has good judgment is by experience, by seeing who does it. That's what Napoleon meant when promoting people to marshal. He used to ask, is he lucky? What he meant was, has he consistently shown good judgment? Give me an ounce of good judgment outweighs, 1 million IQ points, basically. And what meritocracy has done is to create an enormously self-satisfied and smug elite and a deeply resentful population who feel that they are failures in life because they haven't succeeded in jumping through the hoops.
And committing the pretense of knowledge every day. I have not forgotten about you guys on the left, so who do we have here? Yes, gentleman there. One question, please.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, great.
Yes,
so I am Wojtek from Czech Republic, and this question goes to both of you. I think the question is how would you judge the Western government's response to the Ukrainian crisis? Did they do enough? Did they not do enough? Or overall, how do you think about it? How do you feel about that?
So response to which crisis?
To the Ukrainian crisis.
Yes. It's been more dramatic than I thought it would be, quite frankly. And I think that the problem is you have the problem of how to respond to an act of aggression by a nuclear power. And that means that certain things that, in theory, Western governments could do, they can't do, because you obviously don't want to get into a shooting war with a power ruled by a despot who might use nuclear weapons. I mean, I don't take quite such a sanguine view of a nuclear war as David does. I'd like to avoid something that kills as large a proportion of the world population as the Black Death, thank you very much. I think their response has, on the whole, been pretty good, with one major limitation, which is that they haven't put an embargo on the oil. But I can see why they haven't, because the results will be very, very bad in the short term. What I am surprised about is basically the seizing or freezing of the assets of Russia's central bank. that really was dropping the financial nuclear weapon. And that could actually have some pretty significant long-term effects, which might not work out that well for the United States, actually, because I'm pretty sure the Chinese government and a bunch of other governments are thinking, wait a minute, those dollar balances we have are maybe not quite as safe as we thought they were, and they're going to start thinking very hard about how to get themselves out of this vulnerable position. So although I think that was the right thing to do, it may actually not redound to the United States' benefits in the medium to longer term.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was the right thing to do. I think providing weapons to the Ukrainians made a whole lot of sense, that after all, the advantage that the US has, we're very rich, and Russia is pretty poor, and we can therefore provide a great many more bullets to the Ukrainians than the Russians can provide to the Russians, and the Ukrainians are willing to fight for a good reason. So it seems to me that it was a sensible tactic from the standpoint of the NATO powers. I think that actually going to war would have probably have been a mistake. It was dangerous, and it turned out it wasn't necessary, so far at least. I haven't figured out why we wouldn't let the Poles provide fighter jets to the Ukrainians, which it seems to me is no more pushing over the line than the things we're already doing. We're letting the Turks provide unmanned fighters, as it were, to the. But other than that, it seems to me that the general idea of we will provide them lots and lots of ammunition and equipment, and they can then fight the Russians, and are successfully doing. Now, if the Russians had been winning, there would be a much stronger argument for a NATO involvement. But fortunately, that didn't happen. And my reaction at the beginning of the war was that in order for the Russians to lose, it was necessary that the Russian army be a good deal worse than we thought it was, and the Ukrainian army a good deal better. And fortunately, both of those conditions turned out to be true. But no, I think actually on the point that Professor Davies made, I'm not at all sure it wasn't a mistake. That is, it seems to me that we would like to have a world which is economically interdependent, and it becomes less economically interdependent if we say we are not obliged to keep our obligations to countries that we don't like, which is in effect what we're doing. We're saying, we've got stuff of yours that's supposed to belong to you, but we're holding it. Guess what? We're not letting you have it. So that seems to me have been a dangerous decision, and I'm not sure it was necessary.
And I wish I could listen to the disagreement, but I'm German, so we end on time. I really thank both Professor Davies and Professor Friedman here for your brilliant answers to questions. And you will be around for longer, so please grab them and answer every question. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Can you hear us? Hello?
Looks like I'm the only Russian citizen here. It looks like I'm the only Russian citizen here. No? Oh, really? At least I do not know anybody.
Thank you so much. Can we? It's on, right?
It's on. They're on. The sound is. No problem. No problem at all. We'll get the table soon.
What's up?
They're on. They're just on.
Хитрые какие. Merci. On a merci.
Maybe I will put this right here.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Like this. Guys, are you okay with that one to share? Are you fine?
No, I'm fine.
How is it? Like,
Just to have a place for it.
Is it comfortable?
Is this perfect?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry. For battery purpose.
Yeah, it's colder. It's a package like colder. First of all, keep it healthy. запретишь. Красиво жить не запретишь.
Зовсім інша субстанція.
Между прочим, есть у этого окончательный блок, достаточно.
Просто простудилася і
Ну это так само не то. Потому что наш рабочий инструмент. Все.
на конференціях нове правило встановити. Чай, кава на стол замість водички просто холодної, знаєш.
А они еще и это когда делают, еще со льдом, думаешь, господи, да-да-да.
That's nothing against you. Sorry. I was in like the last 6 weeks in France. That was Tom and all that.
Just choosing the tallest buildings in Kyiv to stay in. Stay out of Ukraine. No, wait, he's with us now. Come on, stop. When he's in
All right. I'll ask those. Excuse me. For those who are still in conversations, there will be moments to continue them. Our speakers are not running away, but we need to get going with the next session. I'll give people a minute to take a seat. All right, please take a seat. So, before we move to the next session, we wanted to give our special thanks to our silver partners, Lamassu Industries, Institute of Economic Affairs, the Fund for American Studies, Young Voices, Anglo-American University, Liberation Travel, and Free the People. So give it up for our sponsors. For our next session, I'm really interested in this particular session, but it's also been a piece of anxiety for me because of the introductions that I'll have to do. So for mispronouncing any of the names, you'll have to excuse me in advance. I'll do my absolute best. So, we are hosting Nataliya Melnyk, Tatsiana Khomich, Dr. Dmitry Dubrovsky, about Eastern Europe and Russia. Tatsiana's activism started in May 2020 when she joined the team of Viktor Babaryka, presidential contender in the Belarusian presidential election, I'm tripping up on the English words, presidential election 2020, as a media manager. Tatsiana is the sister of Maria Kalesnikava, a Belarusian political prisoner, and after Maria was detained in September 2020, Tatsiana became a voice for her sister, as well as for all political prisoners in Belarus. Dr. Dmitry Dubrovsky has been an associate professor of international relations, political science, and human rights at St. Petersburg State University, and has also been affiliated with the Andrew Gagarin Center for Human Rights. He focuses on xenophobia, homophobia, and far-right nationalism. Nataliya Melnyk is a communications director at Bendukidze Free Market Center, sorry. She is a postgraduate researcher at the Kuras Institute of Political and Ethnic Studies. Nataliya conducted research on national sovereignty and on the political identification of the Ukrainian society. This session will be moderated by Victoria Vdovychenko.
Good try.
Tripped it up just a little bit. Victoria has a PhD in foreign policy and world history from the Diplomatic Academy of Ukraine. She's an associate professor and researcher working on the challenges of the European Union, Euro-Atlantic integration, and hybrid warfare. She's also a board member at the Professional Government Association, a network of Western-educated professionals helping the government of Ukraine to do reforms. So thank you so much. Thank you for bearing with me, and thank you for our speakers. Thank you.
Thanks first of all to everyone who are here. We are very much privileged to be with you today. And actually, I call this panel on the ground, because like what you heard from the previous panel was a theoretical concepts. Let's come to reality. That's what my idea is as the moderator. So the idea is like, we're gonna have for each of the speakers some couple of questions from me, like for 25 minutes, and I'll make sure that you have 20 minutes of a real talk with you. So please prefer for a real Q&A. I'll be picking up already the hands, because here you have the possibility to hear from Ukraine, from Russia, and from Belarus. Not somewhere, but here at this stage. I'll draw my attention to Dmitry. You know, like many of us know, and we heard already, that Russians who live in Russia and Europe support so much of the politics of Putin. And we already have seen these statistics that came through, that about 80% of there is a support. So can you elaborate on that more to make sure what is the reality? And in this point, you're here with us, right? So why you and your colleagues are not protesting Putin regime? Are the liberal values gone there?
Thank you very much for invitation. In my case, it's not formality. Indeed, as a citizen of the country who is currently involved in the crimes against humanity in Ukraine, I feel myself ruined and, you know, devastating and disoriented for the last 3 weeks after the, well, month already when the war was started. Nevertheless, what I'm trying to do, what we are trying to do, we're trying to do all our best, the rest of us who are still in Russia, who left the country. I should leave the country because I was kind of awarded by the Russian government 2 weeks ago as they putting me into the list of the foreign agent. For no reason I have foreign agent media, whatever it means, I simply don't know that, don't ask me. But still, I am foreign agent media, you can see it. And the problem with the sociology in Russia, especially in authoritarian context in general, well, first of all, there's no sociology, it's the poll.
Good.
So this is just a tool, so this is sociology.
So tell us the secret.
Sociology is starting when we started to interpret the data. And as a, well, person who are recently involved in the mostly sociological research, I should say that is the This is the number which means nothing, literally. Because if you can go, like my colleagues and friend Vladimir Kara-Murza, who recently, yesterday, was arrested just for publicly called the war, and he is facing the 15 years in prison. And you approach to the people of the street and ask them what their attitudes to the special military operation, what you're supposed to have as a response. Either agree or fully agree, of course. And that is my interpretation of this result is very simple. We have 20% of people who courage to respond in something different, some different way, at least either disagree or fully disagree. And this is the one point. And second point, do not forget, please, that even the sociology started to be the tool in the authoritarian regime. What we can have right now, if you can take a look on the FCOM, let's say, this is the very effective tool, not only sociological survey, but the state propaganda. And that is why how the sociology also, I mean the sociologists who serve for this center, I believe, they should be considered as a part of the state propaganda in Russia. So that's I'll stop here.
Dmitry, but you know, I would like more elaborate on my second part of the question, which I really want to paraphrase again. So if that's what we see, why don't you advocate abroad that the regime change is needed? And if yes, how you do that? There are many Russians already abroad, like those who are believed to be liberal. So what's the situation with that?
I would say we have here the representatives of three countries. And for now, what I can see the Ukraine, which has a country and future and hope. I can see the Belarus, we still don't have a country, but they do have hope. What about Russian liberals? We currently don't have either country or hope. This is reality. Maybe for tomorrow we will elaborate, we will find a way to get out or to do something with our responsibility, with our shame, with our devastation, with our anxiety, what we currently have. But for now, I cannot have the kind of recipe to get out.
Oh, thank you, Dmitry. I'll turn my attention to Tatsiana, and in this respect, you know, like you yourself know a lot what freedom is, also because you see how much of the human rights violations are happening in Belarus. So you're already here to present that. And freedom means the supremacy of human rights everywhere. We know that. Can you elaborate more on what is the situation on the ground? There are many of the prosecutions and the repressions going on. But also, you know, if possible, we know that the rules for talks comes when the media is on the ground. So what is the situation with the free media, if we can think about that and the message of it?
Thank you. So actually the repressions that started in Belarus in August 2020 are still in progress. People are arrested every day, literally. They're arrested because of participation in protest in August 2020. They just search by photos on the media that they shared before, and they're arrested. Now the term of detention actually and sentence grew, and if previously they were arrested for 1 or 2 years, it can be now 3, 5, 7 years in prison just for going out, just to go into demonstration. So as for now, we have 1,143 political prisoners. It's official data, but unfortunately we know that this amount is more. Some of people just afraid to refer to human rights defenders to speak about their relatives who are in prisons. So it's probably up to 2,000 people who are persecuted on political grounds. About the media itself, so in summer 2020, all our media, all our NGO organizations faced with like new wave of repressions, and almost all of them were closed. People were detained. Some journalists had possibility to escape, but there is and they work from abroad. Actually, how it happens, people are still can share these updates for media, for journalists. There are some journalists, but it's a kind of a partisan work on the ground. And yeah, it's difficult, but still we have independent media who working from abroad. And hopefully they will proceed their work in future. And we have also regarding, because it's very important, because a lot of media channels were recognized as extremist organizations. It means that people who follow them on the Telegram channels, on the Facebook, anywhere, who put likes on the posts or share the posts with, from such media, they can be persecuted. And also they faced with like 3 years of sentence and so on.
Tatsiana, but still, like, Belarusians are courageous people, and because many of them actually said no to Lukashenko's, decision to join as missile attacks on Ukraine, even if the missile attacks are still happening. We know that. Can you elaborate more? What are the, let's say, for a moment, the movements or like the voices of the Belarusians to be heard more about what is their position towards the situation in my country, in Ukraine in particular?
So Belarusian people actually started to express their attitude to the war and to participation of Belarus from the very first days. We had a referendum on constitution on 27th of February, and that day people went to protest against the war. And more than 1,500 people were arrested because of them, that they were sentenced to like 15 days. They were beaten hardly, tortured also, but still they are expressed, yes, their attitude to it. Also, we already have independent polls result, and fortunately, only 3% of people support and think that Belarus also should participate and Belarusian troops should be brought to Ukraine. About 25% support Russia, in this war. And we consider it as influence of Russian propaganda, because we had very strong influence on media from Russia, and the sound of Russian propaganda appeared in August 2020, and they actually pushed the same position as in Russian state media. They push it in Belarusian media, in Belarusian state media. So, and also, of course, we have about 25% of people who are state neutral, that neither supporting neither Belarus, neither Ukraine against war, actually. And about 50% support Ukraine in this war. And of course there are some of the people who still afraid to express them, even in anonymous posts. It's about 30%.
Thank you. I'd like to draw to Nataliya. You know, like, for what we heard here, and it resonates so much to many, many of the Ukrainians, Ukraine is like kind of a lab of democratic innovations. We are actually here to teach you what this means, the fight for the democracy, really, and for the liberty and for democratic principles and freedom. You know, like, taking into account the situation now, and just Odessa was bombed 20 minutes ago with some missiles, and we know tomorrow is our Easter. What takes you personally so strong and committed to what you're doing, and particularly in your city where you're staying, and still, what are your examples that you can share, can be useful to understand Ukraine to this audience more and more? Where are the young people who are still diving into understanding what's Ukraine?
Well, you know, I never thought that I would live to see the day in which, when you say, like, hello, I'm from Ukraine, and I still live in Ukraine, it would be taken as an accomplishment of sorts. Because to me, it's not an accomplishment, it's not something special, it is my duty as a person who wants to see a better Ukraine. When this latest invasion, right, because the war started 8 years ago. So let's not talk about months or, weeks or things like that. This has been going on for a while. It was just convenient for a lot of people not to view it as a war. But the latest invasion, when it started, and like all of us Ukrainians who had some kind of social media presence and knew English a little bit, we decided we need to talk about what's happening in our country. And for the first 2 weeks, I was bombarded. There was a lot of banning activity going on my Facebook page, but I was bombarded by messages from people all over the world saying, you know, this is all Zelensky's fault, and you should just stop fighting because, you know, your people are dying. Really? I kind of know that, you know, every day we track how many people were killed.
Nataliya, which is true, because I remember the first week, no one even in your countries believed that we're gonna resist. Like, put yourself or zoom yourself back to the mid of February and the end of February. Even your governments were advising some of Ukrainian government representatives to do that, you know.
Yeah, well, Germany, right?
In particular.
In particular. Right, so the expectation was for us to fail, and it seemed like for a long time we needed to prove that we are here to stay. We're taking a stand, whether it is with guns, you know, we have conscription, you know, freedom-loving people are against conscription for obvious reasons. And they were also naming corruption, you know, like why take sides in what's going on? These are both corrupt countries and things like that. Well, before the war with Russia, people bribed their way out of, you know, getting called up for army duty. After the latest invasion, people started trying to bribe their way in. And it says a lot about the attitude we have in the country. So for us, this is a fight for literally our freedom. This is the self-defense, right, we're all talking about. This is about property rights. We are defending what's ours. We were not going to attack anyone. We are a peaceful nation who has never in our history attacked anyone. And you know, having to fight this wave of misinformation about what's going on in the country, for us it's very simple. We're Ukrainians, we're from Ukraine, this is our home, we're fighting for our freedom. Because if we lose this, it's not going to happen, but you know, if we imagine. Losing this thing, it means the end of Ukraine. The end of Ukraine the way we want to see it. You know, it's the end of an independent country, because then it will be turned into some sort of Russian satellite, right? With no rights, no freedom, and there's no point in staying in Ukraine like that. That's why we are staying in Ukraine right now, for that not to happen.
Before I come to you, I would like pose a very short, not short question, but mostly, you know, like the question to digest. It comes to me from the previous panel, like, what's next? That's normally the question that all of us are thinking together. Dmitry, I know it will be difficult for you to answer this question. It's for obvious reasons, but still, you know, how long Russian nation is ready to tolerate the situation like that? What's your personal prediction? Because here we are talking about our personal experience.
My prediction never worked. Last time I made a prediction that Trump won.
And this time?
What my fear is, personal, is that Russia is prepared for this situation. And I'm afraid I slightly disagree with the previous panelist when they evaluated their readiness of the Russian elite to fight. Because that is the under-evaluation which had happened even before 2014, I believe. The substantial amount of the scholars believe that is just a highly corrupted authoritarian regime. And the highly corrupted authoritarian regime is very easy to deal with, right? So there's just bribe them or just give them additional privileges or just, you know, like in some European countries do, they very actively involve these money, for example, for the development universities. But I still remember this is fantastic story with the Blavatnik School of Good Governance. It's the Putin crony who established in the Oxford University, who established the Blavatnik School of Good Governance, and to brought, by the way, Yakunin to explain little bit shocking students what is the good governance from the Russian perspective. And this is, I believe, something we should avoid. And it's happened, this regime, seriously and deeply ideological. And we should reassess and reevaluate the readiness of these people to fight. And as from my understanding right now, their people had been prepared for these wars even before they annexed Crimea. And it's now is not ad hoc planning. This is the planning for the old long war, I'm afraid. So my prophecy is not very good, actually. I'm afraid this was the long war, and that's all Europe should prepare for.
It's the first time I'm agreeing with Russian, you know, in these circumstances, because we believe the Ukrainians is going to be a long-lasting thing. Tatsiana, may I refer to you, you know, a bit different, but still for the futuristic question, if possible. How do you see and when Belarus maybe without Lukashenko? And what kind of diplomacy, if any, should Europe use while talking with Lukashenko, to whom it listens to?
So after the war started, actually, Belarusians had a lot of thoughts. It's kind of a simplification that, okay, when Ukraine will win, it will be easier for you also for Belarus. But unfortunately, I don't quite understand why people think like that. For us, as far as we see now, for us, some new opportunities here, they appeared. But chance of these opportunities are two-way, not enough, very, very small. But actually, other variant is more probable, and it's not very good. Yes, so the two options became even more closer to Russia and more dependent to Russia. As soon as more sanctions will be raised against Belarus, together with Russia, the same sanctions, so it will make Belarus more independent and more isolated from Western world. So it's not the best option, of course. And it means that Belarus will slowly die, yes, for next 5, 10, 15 years, together with Russia. To the dictatorship countries will be so much isolated. And the other option, which is not so maybe probable, yes, that Belarusian authorities already started to put some signs that they are ready for a dialogue with Western countries, with the European Union. It was already announced, published and shared. But of course, the answer from Ambassador of United States actually also was published that, okay, so to make something, some dialogue start, you should actually do a lot of job inside Belarus. First of all, release political prisoners, all the 1,000 or 2,000 that are there. Stop repressions, yes, because it's also one of the most important things, just so the country not stay so in such a stress. And also start a dialogue with your people inside Belarus. So until now, actually, Belarusian authorities make these contradictory steps. Yes, from one side, share some signs that they're ready for negotiations, but from the other side, repressions continue.
Thank you. I'll refer to Nataliya. You know, I'll definitely want to elaborate more on the sanctions, but also to another thing, you know, like thinking Ukrainian, we are thinking about the future even now. I mean, we already thinking about how to rebuild our country. We are already having many expert, professional, young leaders groups who are making the network like mine, for example. We talk together, we look to the international expertise, and we are thinking about, like, say, the future. One of the future is the EU one. And as you know, like 2 or 3 days actually ago, Charles Michel was in Kiev, and the President Zelensky introduced him this questionnaire that was given in order to be prepared for the next summit of the EU, what makes it in June. And I heard from some of my European colleagues that they are afraid. Oh gosh, Ukraine might come to the EU. So what will be your response to those who are still do not believe, you know, that it's something happening realistically?
Well, you know, this is the perfect window of opportunity for something like that to happen. Because we all understand this is a political decision. This is not a matter of, you know, Ukraine being in line with certain demands. Ukraine is really far from a perfect country. We have a lot of issues that we've been trying to deal with over the past almost a decade now, including corruption, including the lack of rule of law, which is a significant problem. We've been making progress, but you have to understand that for the system to reform itself, it's basically impossible, right? So there has been a lot of struggling with that, but none of that is an explanation, and none of that excuses what's going on in my country right now, right? Like Dmitry said, I have a home and I have a country, right? But it doesn't just appear out of thin air. This is something you have to fight for. Ukrainians are well known, at least in Europe, because almost every 10 years we have a major revolution going on. We take to the streets, we voice, you know, our disagreements, and it's not just because we are horrible people and we hate our government. No, because we are not afraid of talking about the things we believe in. If you keep being afraid, you're not going to have a country. No one will give you the country. So for us, European Union, it used to be an answer to a lot of problems, right? Back in 2004, because we thought, we're gonna join the EU one day, the corruption will go away, all of our issues will magically disappear, and we're gonna live like rich Germans, right? That was the dream. Of course, right. That's why we were so outraged in 2013 when our government said, you know, guys, sorry, but we are moving closer to Russia, right? Our future is with Russia. And you all know what happened, right? After the revolution, you know, this huge wave of misinformation started coming out. We kind of ignored it, right? Because we thought it was stupid to argue with people who thought that we had a military coup without the involvement of the military, right? That installed a Nazi rule in Kiev, and this Nazi government kept bombing its own people in the East, doing it nonstop for 8 years with no real damage and without, you know, anything being done about it. And it was our mistake, right? Because it appears that a lot of people believe that. So I have a little, I guess, coming out. I'm from Ukraine, but I'm not a Nazi. Our government is not Nazi, right? Actually, our president is a Jew. So it would be kind of, you know, confusing for a lot of people. So right now, the EU is not the answer anymore, right? Because we understand that these are the things that we need to deal on our own. The same I can say to the Belarusian and Russian counterparts. It might sound horrible, but these are your problems to deal with. We dealt with our authoritarian wannabe in 2013. We were scared. There were tanks outside of Kiev. We never knew where the army would go, you know, how they would react. We are still scared now because we're getting bombed every day. In the past 24 hours, Kharkiv got bombed 50 times. A lot of it coming from Belarus, right? So I feel that if Belarus wants to start a real dialogue, you know, seizing, allowing, you know, a different country to bomb your neighbor would be a good start, right? Before you start the dialogue with your own people, that would be helpful. But for us, the EU, taking these steps, it just means that they acknowledge that we are worthy of being part of European family. because
is true.
Ukraine is a European country, right? We shouldn't be looking for extra validation. But it would be a reaction to the horrible tragedy we've been going through, you know? Of course, we would be more interested in joining NATO, to tell you the truth, because for us, it is a security guarantee, right? You know, with Russia trying to demilitarize us, it's turning us into one of the strongest and best equipped armies in the world. But the problem is, Russia will keep coming back. You know, if we do not get to a point of a really decisive victory, it will go back, it will create its Russian ghetto within its borders in isolation. They will keep getting angrier. They will raise a bigger army. They will come back until they get their asses kicked again. So our plan is, our future for Ukraine is to make the country prosperous and strong enough that the price of attacking it is completely out of the question, right? And this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to make them see that if they come to our land, they're gonna, you know, end up in it, you know, or go back in coffins, because they tend not to pick up their corpses, so I guess we will have to be, I don't know, delivering them back. But that's the thing, you know, we are a nation of volunteers. We are fighting not because the government is telling us to fight, not because the EU or the US are telling us to fight. We are doing it because we actually believe in it. Some people don't believe, you know, that this is real, but this is what valuing freedom is. You know, if the EU takes us in, sure, that's great, but it does not, you know, upon this fact, our future does not depend, right?
Absolutely.
It depends on
Nataliya,
if we make Russia go, you know, away and leave us alone.
I just wanted, you know, like this is the point that we were, thank you, because we want to keep some questions into, and now you know some of the secrets in the DNA of Ukrainians, like Belarusians and Russians. So questions. We have some time for questions, and I'm kind of maybe picking them, several if possible. And I know there are some people with mics. We are here, we have here, then here, and here. Like we have two then. Yeah? Okay. Please present yourself.
We concentrated a lot on the war now, but I am thinking also longer term. And if I look at Eastern Europe and Russia, both parts are not having enough children. No, the population is declining rapidly per generation. If every couple just has one kid instead of like in the past 2 or 3, then the whole of where is liberty going to be when there is no population left?
Okay, so question and then another one just to pick them together. Can you present yourself
I'm
also?
Biddle, I'm the founder of Liberland, and I would like to ask you just a hypothetical question. And I'm always struggling between these self-governance and this right for self-determination and the territorial integrity. And I would like to learn your opinion about it. Let's just hypothetically say that Crimea basically organized itself a referendum on the idea, and it's a hypothetical situation, and that referendum was actually sound. And let's say 80% of people in Crimea, theoretically, they voted, hypothetical situation, for the independence of Crimea and maybe for joining Russia. What do you think would be the proper reaction of international community, Russia, and what should be the proper reaction of Ukraine in that hypothetical situation?
Okay, so we have two interesting questions, and I think it's to all of the speakers, right, if I got correctly. So the question of aging population and lack of people, I think it refers to each and every one, right? So just if possible,
Probably I can start.
short.
It's a really good question, and I think that this is something that Belarusian authorities didn't think about, definitely, because in 9 million population Belarus, during this year and a half, several hundred thousand people actually left Belarus because of persecution to Lithuania, Poland, and also to Ukraine. So I think the best way, yes, in several years, it would be make all these people, actually this is the most, how to say, creative people with a good level of life, yes, for outcome for Belarus, to make these people come back. Yes, this is what I talked before, like start this process of some kind of democratization of the country so that these people can return and proceed to live there.
Dmitry and Nataliya.
Дякую. In fact, because I'm always dealing with the, nationalist outcry. Oh, Russian people are dying because it's not enough birth rate. Let me tell you, that is my hope, to convert Russia into more diverse people, more diverse ethnically, culturally, and religiously. And this is the migration would do. So if let's say, at least for Russia, if Russia would invite more people from Central Asia, from the other countries, that would be the best solution for the birth rate, believe me.
Nataliya? Hypothetical question of Crimea, right?
Well, before that, interesting fact about birth rate. Over 30,000 Ukrainian babies were born in bomb shelters since the latest escalation started. Our biggest fear is actually not the, let's say, the low birth rate, but the brain drain before even all of these events, because this was, these are the people who could prove to be very useful for the new Ukraine, right? For the prosperous, for the successful country. And the way we're looking at it right now, after we win, there will be a lot of rebuilding to do, right? So up to 30% of Ukrainian infrastructure is completely destroyed right now. Whole towns, cities, to the east, north, and south, completely destroyed. So it basically puts us in the position in which we not only, I disagree with the notion of rebuilding Ukraine. My point of view is that we need to build a new, much better country. And we need to seize this opportunity. And if we commit to this goal, we will see a lot of Ukrainians coming back. Not only the refugees. They don't want to be called refugees. They are very temporarily displaced people because most of them are planning to come back. And giving them, a reason to come back to, because we won't be able to give them a home, unfortunately, because a lot of them lost their homes. But giving them a reason, a nice goal, and proving that it will actually happen. It's not just the words. And as for Crimea, Crimea is a very interesting case because when we're talking about Crimea, we need to know the history of the peninsula. We need to understand that there are natives there who are Crimean Tatars. So this is their home, first of all. Then there are Russians who were moved there to make it more Russian, during the Soviet times, and Crimean Tatars were deported. The situation with the human rights is terrible in the country, so activists, their families are disappearing every day. Some of them reappear somewhere in Russia, in camps or prisons. Some never appear again. And these are the people who ignored the referendum in the first place because they thought that going to vote when you have armed soldiers standing behind you would not be very valid, right? So they didn't see a point in it, and that's how the referendum started. If it were a real referendum, Crimea was an autonomous region throughout the history of Ukraine. And if the referendum was sound, and even, it doesn't have to be hypothetical, right? If Russia withdraws its army and its fleet, because that's where it's based, because of our stupidity, we allowed them to rent, the area. So if they withdraw completely, and when we are in a position in which we know that the referendum can be a free and genuine expression of free will, then the situation will be completely different. If the people, the locals, get to speak, then we are open to having a conversation with them. But Russia needs to withdraw itself from this conversation. It's a Ukraine issue.
Thank you so much, Nataliya, and to all of them. And I'll pick 3 questions because I promised 1, 2, and then someone was raising hands there. So please present yourself. Yeah. That gentleman was first, but that's fine. You will pick together. We'll
Okay.
pick together.
Marek Tatawa, Economic Freedom Foundation from Poland. I have a question. When we return home from this conference, what we can do more, or in terms of lobbying for our policymakers, governments, to change, to help Ukraine and to change regimes in Belarus and Russia?
Thank you, Marek. And question I promised here.
Actually, my question is a bit broad, so maybe you would answer to that, and then I would ask, or maybe
We will not have time, so if you...
Okay, thank you. So I'm Daci from Georgia, Tbilisi. So I think that when talking about Eastern Europe and Russia, and this panel has been about the topic, it would be nice if we mentioned Georgia, because that's where it all started actually. People think that Georgian war happened in August 2008, and this was the first time Russia expressed its aggression towards their neighbors. But no, after the fall of the Soviet Empire in the 90s, it was the war in Abkhazia, the western region in Georgia.
And Transnistria.
And Transnistria also, which
So
by
what's
the way
your question?
Russia said that they would like to get their army into there too. So the thing is that some people don't even know, because there was no social media or there was no internet back then, but the things we see in Ukraine today, like in Bucha or in Irpin or other cities, there were children are raped and killed, like pets are killed. The same things happened in Georgia. I will say not a very pleasant thing to hear, but there are documented cases where Russian soldiers killed Georgian men and women, raped them, persecuted, and then played football with their heads.
What's your question? Sorry, I have to limit
I know.
because I
That's
want
why I
them.
said I had the big one. So the question is, how do you think, how should the West, the Western governments, shift their policies in order to, deter Russia? Because we saw that the appeasement policy for the last 30 years has not worked, because Russia, as soon as it sees that you have a weakness, it comes back at you. So
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I got your points, and will be actually, if possible, in the bullet points, like 1, 2, 3. So there are questions about what to take away to the governments, and the second one, what, if not to appease, what to do, if I paraphrase correctly.
Well, because my professional interest is academic rights and freedoms, and my proposal is to define the policy of the different countries about their collaboration with the Belarus and Russian academics and students in exile. Because currently, substantial amount of the numerous of the countries who are trying to ban all their collaborations. And this is the fantastic contribution to the Putin's policy to isolate the country. Because those who are left the country, those who has tried to escape the indoctrination and propaganda of Russia, they're leaving for Europe, and here they are banned as a Russian or Belarus citizen. And that's my request, if I can. Of course, that is just to separate the institutional collaboration and personal.
Thank you, Tatsiana.
So I would like to shortly say that it's really important to spread among civil society, not only to tell about it to government, what is happening also in Belarus, because as far as the island, yes, and I left Belarus almost 2 years ago, actually, because of presidential elections, that people inside the countries do not know a lot what is happening in Belarus. Yes, and I think this is one of the most important points, so that also society government make such decisions. For Belarus, yes, for actions toward Belarus, yes, to listen to Belarusian authorities, but keep in mind these requirements that they already expressed. Yes, stop repressions, release political prisoners. Also, Nataliya said about get rid of Russian troops in Belarus and start to talk to people. This is what also that should be translated by governments of your countries. Yes, and something else.
About not appeasing, so what to do? the policy of not appeasing, but what to do?
I also, I also wanted to add that we consider it really important that European countries, USA, make everything possible to support Ukraine. So this is also vitally important for us. We understand it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nataliya.
So first, Marek, huge kudos to Poland already. They're doing incredible things for Ukraine. So keep doing what you're doing. You're doing it well. Thank you. As for the West, this is something that we are trying to appeal to, is that arm Ukraine. The West collectively is attempting, well, it's half attempting to win this with our hands. And unless they can imagine us in a fist fight winning this thing, we need weapons to be able to do that. And that's one thing. The other one is to stop inventing red lines. Because they have a tendency of saying, if Russia does this, our response will be very strong. Then Russia does exactly that. And then there's a new red line. Now it's the chemical attack. Well, then it will be a nuclear bomb, things like that. So there's no point in inventing these lines, because you are the only ones, as the West, right? You're the only ones sticking to them. They don't care about your red lines. To them, it's a weakness. And you can fight this regime, you can fight Russia the way it is right now, only with strength. They have to be defeated. They have to be defeated completely. They need to pay for what they have done. And then, in a couple of dozen years, we can try talking to them about their reintegration into the civilized world.
And let's stay strong together. And thank you very much for all of the panelists and all of us. Slava Ukraini!
And after that, what we should screen first, we should start with this, and then we have to move on with. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he's here. I leave to test. Can we have camera? What?
Our cam?
Can we turn it on?
Yeah, no, it's on.
It's on? Okay.
Do we put questions to this so he can hear, or it's just live feedback from him, live transmission?
We will give microphone and people can speak. We can hear.
Okay.
Where?
We still having audio from the room.
Yeah, can we already test? Because I think. Okay, can we show?
Yeah. Will he see anything? Or it's just
You want to write down? Like, can you see us?
No.
Where? How can I turn this?
It's on. Máš to vytažený tu pětku?
Hi. No, it's not.
A vytáhneš notebook?
I can hear him.
Hello.
Furt tam jste asi mnou? Jo, teď.
Hi, can you hear me? Can we show him?
Okay. So we got that one.
Okay. Tatsiana, can you help me check him? I have never done this.
What do you
Like if he can hear us.
Cool. What?
Okay, please.
Dzień dobry, panie profesorze, słychać nas dobrze po pana stronie? Pana też słychać, tylko trochę słabo. We need
Please resume your seats. Those who want to participate, please come in, take a seat. I'm sorry? Yeah. Did you tell? Did you tell?
Yeah, we started 25.
Okay. Thanks for being back. Thank you. We have a short addition to our program. Tatsiana Khomich will tell the story of her sister, Maria Kalesnikava, and will read a piece of her letter written in person. So please come up the stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to spread the word about my sister, even though it was not on the program. And today I want to tell about my sister a little bit more, not just because she's my beloved sister, but because she's special. She's a person who has changed lives of many. And Maria turns 40 years tomorrow on April 24th. She will not have a dinner with friends. She will not have gifts or champagne. She will not read hundreds of congratulations on Facebook. And they will come anyway, and she will not be able to respond to them because she is in prison, and this is her second birthday in prison already. She inspired millions of people in Belarus and abroad, even being there. So she was born in Minsk in 1922. She studied flute in Belarus. She continued her studies in Germany in 2007. During years in Germany, she experienced firsthand the essence of democratic values and the power of artistic freedom. In Stuttgart, Maria managed cultural projects, worked for the musical festival there. Since 2019, she has been commuting between Minsk and Stuttgart and became to establish a space for experimental arts in Belarus. Through her cultural work, she met Viktor Babaryka, famous philanthropist who is the head of Belarus' largest bank, supported artistic projects. Things turned out differently. Babaryka decided to change to politics and ran for presidency in May 2020, and Maria supported him without any hesitation. When Lukashenko had Babaryka arrested in June 2020, Maria took over leadership, and she went from being unknown to well-known in a single day in Belarus, because she spoke up on behalf of Viktor Babaryka team. Later, we, Viktor Babaryka team, decided to support Sviatlana Tsikhanouskaya. You saw her today in the morning at the beginnings of the conference. She was admitted to the presidential election and ran in place of her husband Sergei Tikhanovsky, who was arrested before. And Veronika Tsipkala also, Valery Tsipkala's wife, who also ran in his place. Together we were unified opposition. Maria, Sviatlana and Veronika went town to town for rallies before presidential elections, gathering thousands of people whenever they went. The world was captivated by these three women, confidently standing together in opposition to Lukashenko. On the day of election, Lukashenko declared himself as a winner, even though it was clear that Sviatlana Tikhanovskaya won. Police attacked protesters with tear gas, with rubber bullets and stun grenades. In just a few days, they threw thousands of people in prisons, and they abused them, they beat them. Next day, after elections, Sviatlana was put in exile to Lithuania, but Maria decided to stay. In August 2020, she became one of the initiators of creation of Coordination Council of Belarusian Democratic Forces, which was created and established for the dialogue with Belarusian authorities. And actually, it meant a lot for people in Belarus. The fact that Maria was willing to stay in the country to fight with and for the people of Belarus, no matter what, inspired them. On September 7th, 2020, Belarusian authorities tried to forcibly exile my sister, and they failed. They kidnapped her. They drove her to the neutral zone just before the Ukraine border, and after a struggle, they forced her into the big backseat of a car. Maria snatched up her passport and started tearing up into pieces and throwing these pieces out of the window of the car. Before the car crossed over the Ukrainian border, Maria just climbed out of the window and walked back to Belarus on her own. She was immediately detained. Maria was charged with threatening national security, conspiracy to seize state power, and the creation of an extremist group and its leadership. She was sentenced to 11 years in prison in a closed trial in September 2021. Today she's at women's colony with 40 other female political prisoners. She told her lawyers that she is learning how to sew uniforms now and that she's quite good at it. Even in prison, even after 9 months of being in solitary confinement, Maria had a huge smile on her face, and in photos you can see her holding up her hands in the heart even while she's handcuffed. You probably saw her photos on the internet behind the bars during the trial. So this is how she feels even today. And let me share a letter from my sister with you. Hi, my beloved and best sister in the world. You cannot imagine how happy I am to hear from you. The most amazing thing is that despite the fact that we have been apart for more than a year and a half, I have the feeling that you and I are together. I'm in a very good mood and I feel joy every day of my life. Very often now I think of several well-known expressions, which are in fact the rules of survival in any situation. For example, if you can't change the situation, change your attitude towards it. It works in 100% of situations. Or one more saying I had, serenity is needed to accept what cannot be changed, the courage to change what can be changed, and the wisdom to know one from the other. I know how hard it must be for all of my friends from the art world with whom we lived, worked and had fun together for so many years to feel that now I'm not with them and they don't even have an opportunity to communicate with me. I perfectly understand how hard and painful it is for all relatives and friends. After all, in fact, you are all detained here with me. First in prison, now in the colony. And every day for all of you, the load of hard feelings, pain, responsibility does not become less and even become more. We live in a very interesting time, even though completely abnormal. The book 2024 by Vladimir Voinovich recently came to my mind. He seems to have written it in 1982. When I read it, I laughed to tears. But in the current situation, it's not funny. It has acquired a completely different meaning, and the accuracy of what had been written 40 years ago is amazing. In some completely inexplicable way, many people of art, especially poets and writers, feel accurately what happens not only in the present, but they also can predict the future. Everything will be fine. I'm with you, your sister, Maria. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tatsiana Khomich, for sharing the story of your sister. It's very important to us. Thank you. Before we move on to the next session, we would like to thank our bronze partners. That is BRAINS, spelled with 2 I, Austrian Economic Center, Free Private Cities, General Bytes, Crypto CBD, and the Mercatus Center. So thank you so much for our sponsors. A round of applause for them. Thank you. And our last keynote speaker is a very special guest. Leszek Balcerowicz is an economist teaching at the Warsaw School of Economics, Doctor honoris causa of numerous Polish and foreign universities, former president of the National Bank of Poland, and former deputy prime minister and minister of finance in the first non-communist government of Poland. He is not able to join us today in person, but he will be with us live via video. Professor Balcerowicz will discuss the path from communism to capitalism. And thank you so much for joining us today. via the live stream. This session will last about 30 minutes, and we will also have the ability to ask questions. For those willing to ask questions after the presentation, if you want for Mr. Balcerowicz to see you, you can come to the front of the stage, and there will be a microphone available to you. So thank you so much, Professor Balcerowicz. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm sorry that I could not join you personally, but I hope we can communicate this way. Let me first say that you are witnessing a barbaric aggression of Putin's Russia against the freedom-loving Ukrainians. And every decent person must support the heroic battle of the Ukrainians. What is going on now in Ukraine, I think, reminds us what are the worst combinations in human history. It is a bad system which is headed by a moral monster who created or developed the system. Like Hitler in Nazi Germany, Stalin in Soviet Russia, and nowadays we are witnessing Putin and his Russia. I hope and I am sure that Ukraine will prevail with the help of many, many people from the world, including the Western world. Now, I will, of course, start with discussing what has happened after the collapse or dissolution of the Soviet Empire, but let me first make some other remarks, and I would then go beyond the post-Soviet transition. Let us start with Marxism, which was an intellectual folly, but became very popular among many, many Western intellectuals and some workers. This was, in fact, an anti-scientific, quasi-religious ideology, and one should wonder why and how it could become so popular, but it is the fact that it's dominating the minds of many people. Now, contrary to Marx's predictions, Marx has won, not in the West, but in the Tsarist Russia, because of disarray in this country and because there was a gifted, unscrupulous intellectual whose name was Lenin. No time to describe what was happening. It is enough to say that Leninism gave rise to Stalinism, which was extremely and especially harsh for the Ukrainians. Millions and millions of Ukrainian people have died under Stalin in the 20s and in the 30s. After the Second World War, the Soviet Empire has spread and included the Central and Eastern European countries. Now, it was based on fear generated by secret police. It produced backwardness, but also military power at the expense of the people. One should remember the heroes, the dissidents, during the times of the Soviet domination, both in Russia, like Sakharov and Mr. Kovalov. And I have listened very carefully and with emotions to what has been happening to extremely brave individuals, people in Belarus. We should remember and support the heroes. Now, there was not much hope, even in the late 80s, that this empire of evil would dissolve. But from time to time, you have nice surprises in history, and something very unexpected has happened. Back in '89, started first in Poland, Solidarity, And then 91, when the Soviet Union was de facto and formally dissolved, and the former Soviet republics became independent countries, including Ukraine, Belarus, Georgia, and other countries. Now, this marked the beginning of what is called the post-socialist transition. I would not go into details. There are many, many books. But let me look at it with a bird's eye. One can distinguish two aspects of this transition. First, political, which includes the extent, the reduction of the political power, the rule of law, the media, etc. And the economic aspects, which refers to the role of the state versus private markets in the economy. On the political front, against being very, very brief in general, I would say that initially and for some years it seemed that all the former Soviet republics becoming independent countries were establishing democracy. In other words, elected government, which of course requires the rule of law. But things have started to change. In Europe first, as far as I remember, with Belarus and Lukashenko. And in Russia, especially beginning with 2010, with the rule of Mr. Putin. And nowadays we are also observing the crowding out of genuine democracy among other countries in Hungary. The difference between Belarus and Hungary is that in these two last countries, there is an open dictatorial power based on secret police and intimidation, while in Hungary, it is the distortion of the electoral process and domination of most of the mass media which ensures the victory of Mr. Orban. So it's very, very, there are elections, but they are very dishonest and unfair. As far as economic transition is concerned, there has been huge, huge differences in the economic growth. For example, Poland has been growing pretty fast, and now its per capita income is at least 3 times as high as it was in the 30s, and some other countries, of course, Belarus, but so far to some extent Ukraine, has been growing much, much slower. And there is a lot of analysis which point out to the reasons of these differences in economic growth. And the main reason was the extent of the economic freedom, market competition, inversely related to the state interventionism. On an optimistic note, one can say that countries which have been lagging in economic reforms have huge reserves for future economic growth if they reverse the course. And I am sure that Ukraine, after it overcomes the Putin's Russia aggression, can grow very, very fast and catch up with the more advanced, economically advanced countries. Now, let me now turn to a broader subject, which I think is fundamental. If you look at the world, then we see that huge differences in the quality of life, meaning economic life, economic standards, but also extent of fear, are not related to something which is called national character or culture, but is first of all caused by huge differences in the institutional systems of regimes. Look at South and North Korea, the same nation, the same culture, but unbelievably large differences in the standard of living, both economic and non-economic. Look at or remember East and West Germany, the same nation, very different system, very different standard of living. So the main conclusion is, if you have a chance to improve your system, do it. And this requires a concentrated effort. If you have still some freedom, use this freedom to self-organize and to influence the public opinion. Now let me take a very brief look at what are the main types of institutional systems and what are their results. Now on the economic front, I already mentioned socialism, which by definition is anti-capitalist. This anti-capitalism, it eliminates private ownership and markets, and we know beyond any doubt that this is the worst system for the standard of living, for the economic growth. And secondly, if you have socialism, meaning non-private ownership in the economy, we are condemned to dictatorship, to the rule of fear. Then, on the opposite side, there are free markets, which can be combined with democracy and the rule of law, and this was the fact in history. Free markets are pretty rare creatures nowadays in the world, but free markets have ensured a rapid economic growth in the 19th century in Britain, in Sweden, in other Scandinavian countries, in some continental European countries. They have been subject of many attacks from the populists of statists, but there's a massive evidence that the deviation from free markets in the form of various state intervention brings much more harm than benefit. And this brings me to the third category of systems from the economic point of view, which are limited or distorted, but still market economies. And what do we know about them? There's a lot of empirical knowledge, but let me try to point out some points. First, that on the whole, the countries of so-called third world have more distorted or limited market economies than, on average, developed countries. And this is the main reason why the countries of, most of the countries of so-called third world are lagging. There are, of course, some exceptions, but exceptions originate when they move to more free market and less state intervention. And this is empirical. There's nothing doctrinaire about this statement. Second, both in more developed and less developed countries, we have various types of capitalism. And one of the bad types is crony capitalism, which means that there are big businessmen who got the riches, mostly thanks to influence on the political process. So this is very difficult to be combined with honest market competition. And I don't know any example of very successful crony capitalism. Then in developed countries, in OECD countries, you have, of course, many different experiences, but I think most of them are macroeconomically distorted. And these distortions are produced largely by the activity of the modern central banks, which have introduced for many years so-called unconventional monetary policy, and one keeping very, very, very low interest rates, and at the same time producing a lot of money to finance the government spending. And one of the byproducts of this policy, which has to end because of inflation, is that so-called zombie companies or industries, meaning companies which can enjoy very low interest rates from the banks, and they are not subject to something which is very important for free markets, which is called creative destruction. So also in the West, in developed countries, there are some accumulated problems. And many countries, including advanced economies, suffer for excessive fiscal activism, meaning excessive spending, which in the most extreme cases brings about fiscal crisis, like in Greece. Generally speaking, and this is based on massive empirical literature, economic problems in the form of stagnation of a very slow economic growth, or in the form of crisis, financial or fiscal crisis, are not due to free markets, but they are produced by various state interventions. And this is, of course, against the most propaganda or communication in the Western economies. Regarding the political dimension of institutional regimes, let me repeat that socialism unavoidably brings about not only bad economic situation, but also dictatorship. And socialist dictatorship is worse dictatorship. If you look at China, which has suffered a lot under Maoism, under socialist dictatorship, and then it moved to de facto capitalism in the late 70s, you see the difference between socialism and capitalism, even if a country is still not democratic. I am not praising China because it is not democratic. I only want to show that if you move from total socialism to market economy, you can produce a very fast economic growth. So what would be the conclusions for people like you who believe in freedom, in the rule of law? I think freedom has to be defended even if in free society. And the freedom has to be most defended because it's the most attacked is the economic freedom. Private ownership, moderate taxation, moderate regulation, etc., etc. Now, in trying, because as you know from your experience of your countries, it is the economic freedom, as I said, which has been the most attacked. And one can explain why. Now, in defending economic freedom, you have to be very skillful in attacking those who attack economic freedom or capitalism. And I think there are two aspects. First, you have to unmask the populist language. Give you some examples. The very nice and important word, the rights. Originally, the rights meant freedom rights. But then this word was borrowed or sort of manipulated, and a completely new category has appeared, which is now called social rights. I am now not engaging in any systematic criticism of the social rights. I only to say that there's a terrible confusion when you give two different meanings, a different meaning to already established word, And this brings to about confusion. So you have to clear up this backlog of manipulation. Or the very word socialism. Socialism, in practice, meant abolition or elimination of private ownership according to the Marxist recommendation. But some people gave a new meaning to the word socialism, and they say, for example, oh, so socialism was not in existence in the former Soviet Union, it existed in Sweden. But what do they have in mind when they say socialism existed and exists, continues to exist in Sweden? They do not explain, but in fact, they redefine socialism as a large welfare state, a large social spending. So they give a completely different meaning to already established words. But if you define socialism by a large welfare state or social spending, then every Western country, including the US, Britain, all European countries, according to this new implicit definition, are socialist. So where is capitalism on this definition? One would have to look for capitalism to the poor countries of Africa, where social spending as a percentage of GDP is much lower. So you have to unmask the language if you want to unmask the attacks against economic freedom. And you also have to unmask factual distortions, like, for example, that the Great Depression in the United States in the 30s was due to free markets. There's a massive research which shows that the Great Depression in the 30s in the United States was produced by various errors of policies, and it was prolonged by such erroneous bad policies, like, for example, protectionism introduced in the US, or various interventions which crippled the supply side of the economy. Okay, so much. I know I went beyond my topic, original topic, but I thought it is more important to mention what I consider to be more fundamental issues for the defenders of economic freedom. Thank you very much. Now the floor is yours. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Balcerowicz, for your talk. And thank you for joining us online today. I've just been told we have 6 more minutes for questions. So basically, if you have a question, raise your hand, and then those who I'll pick can come to the front and ask their questions so that Professor Balcerowicz can also see you. So are there any questions? Any questions in the room?
So shocking or obvious? I wonder whether
I wouldn't.
Shocking, obvious.
We see a question over there. Yeah, if you come to the front here, then if you look that way, so is the way the camera faces?
I don't know.
Yes, I can see.
Okay.
My question would be, well, I didn't hear perfectly because of the audio. I think it was kind of difficult because of the live stream. But at some point, I think that you mentioned a populist rhetoric. You called it populist when talking about social movements wanting social rights and masking that as freedom. And I would pose the question, wouldn't libertarianism and free markets also be considered populist movements in the sense that they center around this ideology that sees the people instead of the establishment to have freedom and to have power in society? And yeah, it's just a question.
Well, it depends on the meaning you give to the word populism. In the most usage, populism means cheating. People proposing something which cannot work on economic grounds, like excessive spending or regulation. So this is the established sense of the word populism. If you use this word in a different meaning, for example, meaning popular, or appealing to some people, then you are using the same words in a different meaning, and you add to confusion. So any sensible discussion requires that we know what is the meaning of the words we are using. Okay?
Thank you, Professor Balcerowicz. I've just been told that we have time for one more question, and I see the microphone is over there.
Hi, Professor. One question regarding the economic transition from socialism to market economics. We now have widespread phenomena in the Balkans and also in Belarus and Ukraine of something that is declaratively called a market economy, but is certainly a populist socialist economy controlled by the state. And those countries have not completed the transition in the manner in which it was expected. Not like Poland, Estonia, or the Baltic states. They are completely stuck in the mud, to say so. How to continue, how to get out of the mud, and how to have those countries that are now being controlled by the elites, political elites, continue their way towards the market economics if those political elites refuse to conduct this transition?
Well, first, they are quasi-socialist in the sense that economy is dominated by the political power. First, state ownership, which is dominant or very large, and you can't have market economy if most or many of your firms are state-owned. State ownership brings about political control. And then regulation. So it is pretty easy to say what is the nature of the system. On your main question, I wish I knew the easy solution, how to get rid, because basically, if you want to liberate the economy, you would have to eliminate a bad leadership or create such a pressure that even a tyrant would be afraid of continuing bad policies. But I would not dare to make a more concrete recommendation. I only wish that the very courageous people in Belarus, which risk their freedom, their lives, would prevail.
Thank you so much, Professor Balcerowicz, for joining us today. A round of applause for our last speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So thank you so much for joining us for day one of LibertyCon. It was a pleasure to see everyone here today. And in our first conference since the pandemic. Make sure also to join us today at 10 p.m. for the after party at Chapeau Rouge, which is on Jakubska Street, and tomorrow at Radlička Kulturní Sportovna for the festival, which is day 2.
Well, now we would like to invite Students for Liberty CEO, Dr. Wolfgang Laer, on the stage.
People are still clapping, you're still awake. You are truly good soldiers here. I enjoy this. This is great. Great stamina. There was a lot of liberty today. How did you like it? There we go. There we go. So people in the back also woke up now. Perfect. I can officially declare the pandemic to be over because this time we had more people here at LibertyCon than 2 years ago when we had the last one in Madrid. So thanks so much for coming out. And I certainly hope that the conversations that you had here in this lecture hall, the presentations you've listened to, all of that has clarified your own why you are here, why liberty is so important to you. So I certainly hope that had an impact. And I'm not going to talk for too long because you have listened to way too much already. We have like a few very brief things, very quick, and then you're out of here. But I wanted to also really say how appreciative I am that you are here, because it has been difficult, and there are not many people that are fighting for liberty. But if you look around us, there are some. There are more every single day, and that's because of your work and the conversations that you have with friends and family. And that is the best way how we can spread the message. So I really think that's fantastic. And it doesn't have to stop because I have a piece of very, very good news for you. As a matter of fact, LibertyCon International, which is the major event that we have in the United States, is going to be back for the first time after the pandemic. Yes, exactly. So take a picture of this, because the live stream people will not hear me say the discount code. This is only for you, you special people, right? So you can get this discount code and you will get a free ticket to this conference. We're expecting around 700 to 1,000 people, and you can be in beautiful Miami. So I hope to see many of you there. So with that being said, stay in touch, go to Learn Liberty, which is our YouTube channel with over 53 million views. Apply for the local coordinator program when you're a student. And we're also hiring. We have like 7 or 8 positions open, so we need talent. So check out our website, studentsforliberty.org. And with that being said, enjoy the evening. And tomorrow there will be more talks, but also combined with a bar. So that's going to be a little bit different. It'll be enjoyable. But thanks so much for coming.
Please don't leave yet. Thank you all. And now I would like to invite the conference director, Tamar Tarsaidze, on the stage.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for coming. I just wanted to thank the whole organizing team of the event. This would not be possible without them. Thanks for all departments involved in organizing LibertyCon, and I just want to call European Students for Liberty's team and please welcome Leek, Stephan, Jan, Lisa and Alvaro on the stage.
Thank you all very much for coming. See you tomorrow. This isn't the real closing, so tomorrow you're all invited to the festival. We'll continue with the sessions, but as Wolf said, there will be a bar there, so a lot of networking opportunities for you, and hopefully we can all get closer together as we enter the year without COVID.